Pink fluffy llama. I feel that, Lyndon. I feel that. So since you've made it to 2 years, I think that we need to have a little celebration. Oh, wait. I was going to say we need to have a little celebration for Pink Fluffy Llama, but these haven't all been hooked up yet, so no, I can't quite do the combat celebrations yet. You can't make knitting needles. It would be kind of great if, like, dwarven grannies could all just sit in the tavern knitting. But anyway, yesterday we did a short stream in the evening, and the main thing that we did was I built this and covered it with mud. I think I need to dump more water into it because there's not quite enough underlike and growing down here. We do have a goblin cat that started growing, which is good, but we need more mud down there. We're making deep pan pizza. We now have a baron. Our baron is a devilish potato. Okay. And a devilish potato has several spaces. They have this right here, which is their office. They have this over here, which is their like dining hall. And then they have this down here, which is their bedroom. And over here is their tomb. Are your needs being filled? No, because you keep asking. You are not fully satisfied with your decent, modest quarters. And you know what? That's fine. Because I'm not exporting ballista arrows for you. And I'm also not going to export tables for a devilish potato. Anyway, there was a slight flooding incident back here, but it's fine. We've sorted it out. It's no longer a flooding incident. We have successfully trained not one but 2 walruses. They're very well trained. And they love the space that they live in. Over here, we have released Puffy the Puffy the Vampire Slayer and Big Tux. They're both very well trained now. Or rather, very well, or just trained and very well trained. So, there's that. You know, I now have Peregrine HBG. I now have the song by Killing Joke, I Am the Virus, stuck in my head, except I am the walrus. I am the virus. Pretty good song. Predicted a lot of things. And also is full of, like, random conspiracy theory bullshit. Do I have any vampires? I have a vampire. Who's right here. Who feels guilty, but feels pleasure near a fine restraint. Humiliated when uncovered because their clothes has mostly rotted off at this point. I was originally trying to use the vampire to murder people in the prison, which is why there's all these stairs in the back. And then I was going to use the Etten and a necromancer to then resurrect the bodies. But unfortunately, my necromancer highly values the law and is very quick to just run off and report the murders instead of resurrecting them. Yeah, no, the vampire already got a name. Boozehammer was taken like immediately upon gaining a vampire. How do you have a drain to your underground river? You want to try one in your own fort? It drains off the edges of the map. So, at almost every corner. Some of them it's blocked. This one it's kind of blocked. This one it's blocked because like it was letting too much off, but it flows off the edge of the map and then also into this big pit over here. But mostly it flows off of the map. So it goes all the... Oh, that's a ghost. Rovod. It goes all the way up to the edge of the map, and then I've smoothed the block at the very edge of the map. So dug all the way up to the edge of the map where it stops right there. Smoothed this, and then using this tool, cut holes in it. And then it just flows off the edge of the map like it would the top of the map. Let's see if I made a slab for Rovod. Nope, but I did make one for Catan, so let's make one for Rovod. Ghost, no slab. Okay, let's get that sorted. Sorry there, Ghost. That was the plan, but yeah, it didn't work. Holdswire. Place 2 high-value artifacts on pedestals in your Baron's dining hall, and it didn't seem to improve the value of the room. They do, in fact, improve the value of the room. It's weird that they didn't. Maybe the Baron is just picky. wants more value. The mystery-solving necromancer detective kind of seems that way. So, yeah, trying to grow trees over here, and, this space down here is going to get more beautification. I'm kind of thinking about making, like, an outdoor temple system or something right here. Maybe another dining hall. Not entirely sure, but I want to do something in here because there needs to be something here. Maybe more animal taming. Then another thing that we did yesterday is down here. We finished up this system right here, and I put dogs down here. So we can use this to catch forgotten beasts or whatever shows up down in the basement. But I need them to show up first. So we can just unlock this door and then go up here and unlock this door. If I unlock this door, it also has access to this lower cavern layer down here. So scary things that are, existing down in these zones. Maybe we can start trying to catch beasties and stuff and then do some more fun things with them. We'll see. Not entirely. No actual guarantees on that one for right now, but we will see what ends up happening there. Also, apparently there's like sand on this cavern floor, which is interesting. It's like mud and sand. Cheese strats? Gotta use them while they're here. But, yeah, that's the fort currently. I'm still ignoring everything that shows up on the surface. I've expanded my trap setups because we've seen several other types of animals walk across the map, including mini penguins, and I would really like to catch me some mini penguins. I keep getting disappointed because I keep seeing ice wolves in my cage traps, and they're not actually ice wolves, they're undead ice wolves, which is very disappointing because I would love to tame some ice wolves because ice wolves are so cool, but they're always undead. My fort needs a monorail tour around the fort? What do you mean, like a minecart that we follow that we just kick at the top and it goes all the way around the fort? Seems like a lot of work. This down here is upper half of a guild hall. We have another temple over here, and then just a bunch of minecart routes and power and such. At the dwarves ride in. The dwarves wouldn't get any actual benefit from that though, and it's more likely to just kill dwarves accidentally. Snuggles. Wait, actually? That's a good name for a necromancer tort. Free hugs! It's like when a bunch of weeaboos make a... I have no idea what the most valuable item is. I think it's adamantine, wouldn't it be? Or it's one of the diamond variants. Certainly not rose gold. Rose gold is valuable, but it's not the most valuable item. Not even close. But I don't actually know what the most valuable item is right now. Divine metal? Divine metal doesn't seem to be that valuable in my experience. It's not valuable, but it's also not that valuable. All right, I might actually expand the little creek to go all the way up here and then around here, because I also need to do something with this, because this is my clothing industry, and it's just kind of out here, and I don't like that. Maybe I'll put the clothing industry up there. $7K is not that much. An average meal is worth, that much. And also, I've got this room that, never really did anything. Maybe I'll just deconstruct all of this, because, this was supposed to be a temple, but then I never hit the value that it needed, and they got kind of mad with me. Also, I'm building a crafts dwarf guild, so we should probably work on that. As for living dwarves in the fort, currently, we have Booze Hammer, the vampire, 404 Mace Not Found, a Devilish Potato, Acre, Ball of Lint, Blind, Blood Odin, Broccoli, Bunch of Rocks, Chow Not Found, Cold-Blooded, Commander Honk, Darius Carded, Deep Fried Mango, Diamond Destruct, Dr. Linton, Elfie Bean, Farmer Femme, FG Squared, Frazier, Freehold Boreas, Heart of the Tiger, I Am Dresden, Insulina Sama, Gaius, Jazz, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Kaylee B, Lyagushka, McJerby, Merlin Buff, Moo Clown, Neff, Nano Lee Dino, Old Earless Zweri, Pigawatts, Pie Jamming, Raver Rumble, Redbug, Rex, Rock Jitsu, Ruby Squeakbird, Raikaloo, Sentient Potato, Salty Tempest, Sniper, Sterlonian, Stillinitis, Tacriel, Telenartho, Suited Giraffe, Fuck Don't Think, True Freak, Umbra Eternia, Urist McFinnigan. Also, Umbra, I hope you're feeling better, by the way. Zed Sticks. Tiger's pissed. There are some real pissy dwarves in this form, let me tell you. So here's the thing. That's not possible. Freehold Boreas. And the reason that's not possible is not all instruments are capable of being made by the dwarves, first thing. And also every world has its own unique set of instruments, so there is no instruments in the game. Have I made instruments? Sure. Have I made every single instrument from a particular world? No, because that's not possible. Like, it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have about your world, you'll never be able to make the kobold drums. Only kobolds can make those. It's literally not possible. Some are only obtainable through trading. Also, yes, they change every world, too. Because every single world has their own unique instruments. It's simply not possible. We lied to you. Hi, Animal. Things about Blind. I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell. Thanks, Animal. How you doing, Animal? Yay, a ghost has been put to rest, and that other ghost memorial is probably made. And as far as naming dwarves, we'll do it when you least expect it. Note to self, Blind, which dwarves are related to our beloved mayor and B, have a chronic condition that require regular visits to the hospital? Why, are you thinking about removing a kidney? I thought that peacock up there was a ghost. Nobody is. Our beloved mayor has no friend. Has no family, rather. Has plenty of friend, but no family. Also no partner. How sad. Another thing that we've been working on, if I, actually, hold on a second. Okay. If I go all the way down, there goes your blackmail scheme. Yeah, Fs. Animal, thank you very much for gifting out a sub. You know what's funny? No OJ used to have a different name in this chat. Animal. And you know what's incredible about that? Is you probably built roller coasters with that person. I'm not going to out what their old name is, but it was I am first name, last name. I don't know if you remember that, but I know that name because they were... Anyway. Good snipe. Thank you, Animal. And your PayPal works, was it not? How did you resub the other day, then? You resubbed while I was offline. How did you do that if your PayPal didn't work? But welcome back to the world of pay and pals. Black magic, I suppose. So we are making clear glass blocks very slowly, amongst other things. Yeah, we are making clear glass blocks, and we are making green glass corkscrews and things. It's gonna be a good time eventually. And we are also... Uh-oh. getting mud dripping down into here. God damn aquifer. This aquifer is going to be the death of me. We'll wait for all that to dry up, which it will eventually. No, I have zero interest in getting Mark's dwarves to work. I know how to make them work, and I've made them work plenty of times in the past. They're more effort than they're worth. Some people just have this, like, borderline problem obsession with making them work. Dwarves are very bad at ranged combat, and unlike many people, I simply just accept that. And I know for a fact that they are working on redoing the AI for them, and when they redo the AI for them, I will do them again. But till then, I have no interest in fiddling with a system that sort of works. Some people just seem to insist on being like, I will bash my head against it until it functions. And I'm just like, that's not a fun system. I will avoid it. Thank you. Your idea certification was somehow snowed over? Snowed over? Well, dwarves don't use bows. Anybody who's making their dwarves use bows don't know anything about dwarves. Dwarves use crossbows. Elves use bows. It's perfectly normal for a dwarf to use a crossbow. No one ever even suggested that I would use bows. And I would never suggest that either. It's about as not dwarfy as you can get. Okay, you have fun then, Haas. I will simply not. I'm good. Like, I know how to make the system work. It's very easy to make it work. It's all about setting up your battlements correctly. Both are very, very not dwarfy. Well, I'm actually, dwarves can use bows. Dwarves can't make ammo for blowguns, so I would say blowguns are less dwarfy. But they can't use either, technically. Well, cheers, Dying Branch. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. Also, hello, Epion. How was your vacation? I hope it was good and relaxing. I just saw pictures of you on vacation and was like, yay! Hope things are good. We were actually talking about Jupiter Hell the other day because someone in chat had picked it up. It's 50% off right now? What, your video game? It's another deep sale? Chat, go buy Jupiter Hell if you don't own it yet. It's 50% off. I guess Hyper Strange is having a big sale, hey? I don't think any mods for Dwarf Fortress are a must-have. I'm not that kind of person. I've played this game in a vanilla state pretty consistently for as long as I've played it. I will occasionally play overhaul mods. I don't think Dwarf Fortress needs any mods. It's top-down turn-based roguelike Doom. That's your pitch for Jupiter Hell. It's very much a kind of a shorter run game. A run for Jupiter Hell is like a few hours tops. Am I feeling better? I've been feeling okay. Yeah, felt like it was mostly yesterday morning. I don't quite know what it was, but like I woke up yesterday morning and I felt like utter garbage. But by the evening I was fine, and I actually streamed yesterday. So I don't even have like alcohol to blame. I literally just woke up and felt like death. Very strange. Portal 1 and 2 are 99 cents. That's not too infrequent. Valve does that rather frequently. But they also don't need to make money off of their games. Where are you? Generally, you're pretty neutral, it seems. You're content after being near a waterfall, and you felt pleasure remembering a sparring session. You were afraid after reliving experiencing trauma, so you've got some repeated traumas. Which kind of sucks. You got haunted by the dead, which also kind of sucks. But generally, you're doing okay. Just gonna power that up to higher priority and just get this stuff done. You must be forcing yourself to sleep. Well, don't force yourself to sleep. But get some sleep if you need it. Is what I would say. I play through Portal 1 every Christmas. It's a holiday tradition for me. And then I play through Portal 2 on 5 and 10 year anniversaries. Portal 2 is still good, and Portal 1 is also still good. Pebble. Is that our like affectionate like nickname for Stony now? Is Pebble? But well, I see you got an appointment tomorrow. Well, have a good appointment tomorrow, whatever that appointment may be. And we'll see you on the flip. You cooked curry today? Ooh. You won't feel as clever remembering the solutions? I suppose. I don't know. I think those games are still fun on a replay, but I also have 2 Portal-related tattoos, so maybe I'm not the person to ask. But Epion, if you're still hiding in my chat, how's things been? You hanging in there? Been a crappy couple months, eh? You know, I would say as far as games that show their age goes, Portal holds it pretty gracefully. Like, I mean, I guess the last time I played through it with that RTX thing turned on, which was fine. But I don't know. I think it holds its. I think it wears its age pretty gracefully. Did I not clear out the center of this? Wow. Apparently not. Have I ever played RimWorld? I have about 5,000 hours in RimWorld. But what do I think of it? Nah, not dead game. Far from it, in fact. That's my thoughts on RimWorld. Shameless self-promotion. How's the state of the fortress? Pretty good. We're quite stable. Every now and again, I have to venture up onto the surface, and everybody instantly gets really depressed because going onto the surface, you get rained on by vomit. It's constantly snowing vomit slush up there, and that's not great for dwarves' mental capacity. So it's been kind of rough for like doing anything that's not underground. But as far as underground stuff goes, it's been pretty stable. If you played a lot of Dwarf Fort, RimWorld will feel kind of shallow. RimWorld is a great game. It's a very, very, very good game made by a very strange dude with some takes and opinions I don't really agree with. It's a game that is designed to make money. So it's a game that will very quickly start to feel like a paradox game if you do play it, because very quickly you'll realize that, oh, I bought this game, but actually in order to enjoy it fully and for most of the mods that people keep recommending to work, one, I need to download 150 mods and I need to buy another $70 in DLC for those mods to work. Yeah, it's raining vomit on the surface, and also all corpses come back to life. So it's kind of difficult to go to the surface in this world. So RimWorld has this... RimWorld does have a bit of a problem, TBH, where old guard modders are burning out and going off to make their own games now, which combined with the updates breaking mods, where you're starting to see the mainstay must-have QQL mods for RimWorld start to die off. Sure. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but like in order to properly enjoy RimWorld, unlike Dwarf Fortress, there are a lot of mods that are virtually mandatory, right, for a lot of people's enjoyment of the game. And also a lot of them are now require certain dependencies of certain DLCs. So you'll end up spending a lot of extra money just to buy the DLCs so that your mods work. Also, a lot of the interesting storytelling capabilities that the game has are locked behind DLCs. So to me, RimWorld is a okay story builder and decent strategy game based around surviving against waves of enemies in a base builder format of video game. And if that's something that you're into, it's pretty good for that. But you have to keep in mind that it's a game that's designed to make money, so it will start to feel like a paradox game really quickly, where you're going to feel like you need to have certain DLCs and certain things so that you can actually get the full experience. They're completely optional, sure, but you're missing out on a lot of the actual interesting mechanics that the game has. So, as somebody who likes to play games that get updated and have more content added to them, and who gets to play on a level playing field with everybody, I don't particularly like that type of business model. But unfortunately, it's one of the few viable ones in the current market. So if you want to play a tower defense game with a little bit of storytelling elements, RimWorld's pretty damn good at that. Like, and this is coming from somebody who played thousands of hours of that game. I played it throughout its early access and all the way up until launch and all the way up until that first DLC was released. And the best era of RimWorld, in my opinion, was around halfway through early access when they still had a lot of the weird mechanics in it that made it an interesting story generator. Is Paradox Scheme a bad thing? No, but it's expensive. It would be kind of like, all right, you want adventure mode for Dwarf Fortress? $30. And then when the next major update comes out, okay, you want the rest of the justice system in Villains Part 2? $30. Oh, it's time for the Myths and Magic update? $40. So is it a bad thing? No, but you don't get updates. You pay for the updates. And it's a business model, and it works. Right? I have a giant penguin. Just the single giant penguin. As for the animals on the surface, they wander on and off the map periodically. So I haven't seen any little penguins since that one round of little penguins. I don't have penguins, period. I need them to step onto my traps. Can we have a cage check? No, because there's no reason to, because I know for a fact no animals have spawned. And I know for a fact they haven't changed since the last time I looked at them. It's just a bunch of albatrosses flying around that are not going to jump into my cages. So no. Raccoon with matches? Were you a military dwarf? Because if no, then no, you're dead. Pretty sure you're dead, actually. As for what happened to you, good question. Here's the thing, like, play RimWorld. It's a very good game. But just realize that, like, RimWorld, the base game, okay, if you want the royalty stuff that you hear people talking about, you need royalty. If you want actual decent storytelling opportunities, you need biotech. If you want religion, you need ideology. So suddenly you're spending, what, 30, 24 extra dollars for a $40 game. Yeah, I know check Stellaris, right? But that's not the discussion that we're having. We're talking about RimWorld, not Stellaris, Pophead. It just kind of depends. What kind of developers do you want to support? A giant snowy. Oh, it's a zombie. Never mind. Well, maybe those albatrosses will get off of the surface. Whilst in your fort, the easiest way to look through legends is to simply retire your fortress. But when you retire your fortress and click this button, which I'm not going to do, you'll get two options. The green one, which is recommended, which is save over and keep playing, which will retire your fortress, or you can make a new timeline with the manual save. And if you make a new timeline, then you can go read your legends and then jump back into your fort. There's no way to have both running concurrently. The game is not designed that way. The main thing that pushed me away from RimWorld was this, right? Since we're talking about RimWorld, which is a game I don't like talking about generally, because it just makes me seem salty. And you have to remember that I've played thousands of hours, so I'm kind of like that guy that has thousands of hours on the game that leaves a negative review. So think about it from that perspective. When I loved RimWorld, it was very open and sandboxy and had a lot of options and things that you could do as the player, right? And the closer that game got to 1.0, and it got even worse after 1.0, the developers, instead of going, man, this is a fun mechanic that the community really likes, we should build around it and leave it in. Instead of doing that, they go, man, this is OP and broken and destroying our perfect vision of how you're supposed to defend your base. We're going to remove it from the game. So every single mechanic, quite literally, that I enjoyed using and abusing to defend my bases got either completely removed from the game or nerfed into oblivion. And every single interesting storytelling mechanic, which hasn't been in those games since like 2016, 17, things like fear mechanics, things like suppressive fire, things like the way that the tantrums and stress used to work, the more random things that made the game really exciting and bizarre and fun, all just got completely removed from the game. Well, to give you an idea, think about it this way, Dying Branch, right? In RimWorld, you used to be able to use doors to kite things really well. In RimWorld, you used to be able to use what the community called kill boxes to great higher levels of effectiveness than you can now. You used to be able to basically build impenetrable defenses to have interesting little storytelling situations. And now you basically have to play the game the way the developer wants you to and not in interesting ways. Repeated traps and Rube Goldberg machines are significantly less viable and frankly downright became impossible. Now, this might have changed in the last 2 years because I haven't played the game, but to give you an idea, like drawbridges would just be removed from Dwarf Fortress if Dwarf Fortress had the same design ideals, because some people just use drawbridges as their only defense, and because some people use drawbridges as defense, by that logic, Tarn would have just removed drawbridges or made them like not crush anything. Like, you know how you can't crush demons with drawbridges? that would be the way drawbridges would operate. You should go get some sleep. You're doing night shifts nowadays. Have a good rest of your dream. We'll see you when we see a space pirate. Thanks for hanging out. That, and as a broadcaster, something that very much pushed me away from RimWorld was just the constant memeing about war crimes and like cannibalism. And, you know, yeah, it doesn't matter, Pophead. Doesn't matter. Did you play when fear mechanics were still in the game? Did you play when suppressive fire was still in the game? Did you play when like RimWorld was almost unplayable as a strategy game and entirely like a game of RNG based on whose pawns panicked first? You know, you can disagree with me, but my takes are pretty set, and it's not going to change at this point. Which is why I don't like talking to people about RimWorld. I genuinely don't. Because it just always comes back to, well, this, or you can mod this back in. It's like, sure, but I don't agree with the way the developer makes his game to the point where I just don't want to play his game anymore. It's just far and away. Don't ever want to play that game again. Should you kick necromancers out of your fort, or are they useful for something? They're extremely useful. I don't see well enough to play Path of Exile. I actually played a little bit of it during the beta build, but I've got one partially functioning eye, and that game is an explosion of colors. Games like that are not fun for me. Yeah, no, like so I like traditional roguelikes because they're a very similar loop to games like that, and actually predate games like that, like that kind of action RPG. But minus the part where I can't see what's happening on screen. So in something like Tome or something like Caves of Cud, I can actually follow the action and be able to play it. Oh, I think Oxygen Not Included is terrible. But like I almost have like a visceral like dislike of Oxygen Not Included, which is funny because like every now and again people are just like, you should love this game. It's like, I would rather do anything else with my life than ever think about that game again. I really hated that game. Like really, 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 really hated that game. I tried to like it. I put a good amount of time into it, but wasn't for me. My friend Bellinair got partnered off of that game. He had like 500-600 people watching. This is going to be the Craftsdwarfs Guild. I'm gonna actually try and finish it this time. I failed it like 5 times. That's not good. Take your meds. You know, I have a very specific reason why I don't like Oxygen Not Included. It's because in Dwarf Fortress and the types of games like this that I enjoy, the characters in your fort or base or whatever have some level of importance. They are like a character in the story, right? In Oxygen Not Included, they're a resource, which I don't enjoy. That's not fun. I like it when some of them have cannon fodder and then some of them have a lot of character. But in that game, none of them have character. They're just annoying little shits that are actively, like, doing the opposite. Like, I want the characters in the game to tell the story in a colony builder. That game does the exact opposite. Like, if they actually had some form of character to that game aside from, like, the art style, I might be interested in it, but... But also, that's not the type of game that they made, so. Dying Branch, thanks for the Prime subscription, by the way. Like, here's me. See, I am content after putting on a finely crafted item. I wonder what I put on. Apparently, I've got some stitches in my knee. Must have kneed somebody too hard while carrying out my job. Apparently, I know large sums of numbers in mathematics. Interesting. I'm a learned in mathematicas. Took an arrow to the knee. Oh, boy. Doing that again? I know big numbers, dude. Big numbers. I also forgot to set both of the types of stone for these.
I also know big numbers crypt wave.
Hi, big numbers. What's up, Wild Peak? Thank you very much for the $1.69. Fucking community, am I right? Fly Kick, hello. It's good to see you. Good day. So this is going to take a little while to get done. Never played it, is my take on it. I didn't really see anything interesting in the theme of it, so I just kind of skipped it. I looked at it, I was like, that, I don't really, nah, I'm good. I think there was like also just other games out at the time that I was playing. I can't remember exactly when it came out, but I just missed it, I suppose. So indifferent? No. Nothing really is close to Dwarf Fortress. Like, not even close, really. There's a few games that scratch the same itch, but there really isn't anything that's close to Dwarf Fortress, and the vast majority of the games that market themselves off of the existence of Dwarf Fortress are nothing like Dwarf Fortress and are just using it for marketing purposes. Same reason that a lot of games that call themselves towns, yeah, ironically, you're not wrong. Like, there's basically two, and I don't count towns. There's two that I would say are like close-ish, and that's No Moria or the open source Innomia, which is the only one I would recommend. Don't pay money for that game. I don't really play many mods for Dwarf Fortress, no. I like big overhaul mods, and none of them have been ported to premium, so. Oh, there's a ghost. Maybe that's getting rid of the ghost. Let's get rid of you. Oh, I got two. Well, you get two memorials there, Dwarf. What was I doing? I was talking about something, and then I completely lost my brain. Do I play the free version anymore? Why would I play an older version of the game when the newer version is like more mechanically dense and better? I don't care for Pokemon. I was talking about like three things at once. Right. Yeah, the two are No Moria and Odd Realm, but neither are really like Dwarf Fortress. Another game that scratches the same itch but is nothing like Dwarf Fortress is Songs of Six. Scratches the same itch but is nothing like Dwarf Fort. But no, I don't really care that much about Pokemon, so it's really difficult for me to get into a Pokemon mod. What's the rundown on towns? Unfinished and broken. Unfinished and broken. Barely runs on modern computers. The overhaul mods that I really liked in the past for Dwarf Fortress are The Long Night, but it doesn't have a tile set, and ASCII for the current version I can't play because it's designed for ants, and I need to be able to zoom in. And I'd need them to have a tile set, or I'd need to be able to zoom in on ASCII to be able to play. And but that's coming eventually. So whenever that gets added in, maybe then I'll play Long Night on this version. And when it comes to the other overhaul mods that I like haven't been updated, which are the Star Wars overhaul mod and the Star Wars overhaul mod and the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom overhaul mod. But Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom hasn't been updated in a very, very, very long time. The Star Wars mod hasn't been updated in longer, so. No, you just play for her for 2 hours every Wednesday? Oh, that's kind of cute. Fun fact, the one thing that I'm into that I was able to get my Oma into, so my older German grandma, my Oma quite likes Sabaton. She says that they sound like lovely gentlemen. She's like, I like their songs. They sound like lovely gentlemen. Which is just kind of incredible. Because she wanted to know, because I said I was going to go see a show at one point when I went over and visited her, and she's just like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go see a show tonight. She goes, oh, what are you going to see? Showed her when the Winged Hussars arrived, and she's like, I like this. This is good marching music. Do I? Will I? Yeah, I've played lots of adventure mode. I didn't generally like the combat in older adventure modes, so all I would do really is I'd like write weird poems and go dance naked on people's tables and throw stuff at people, but Why is this censored? I have no idea. Probably because of your own settings, because it's not censored on my screen, Sterlonian. You probably have some weird default filter turned on Twitch, which filters out certain words, would be my guess. Aquifer there is a bit of a pain. I don't know. You tell me, Sterlonian. I don't know why it's censored for you. It's not censored for me, like I said. It's probably because you've got Twitch's default chat filter settings turned on. Won't play any game that doesn't move like Diablo? I mean, if either of your grandmothers are, or if your grandmother is playing any game, neither of my grandmothers will play games. Period. So you're doing better than me then, if you've got them to play anything. Man, we ran out of trees again. Out of wood. I don't even have like lignite or anything. Merlin buff withdraws from society. Pax Mac, what kind of dwarf would you like? Smart TV? My grandmother still has a fax machine and a computer that runs Windows 2000. Although we recently updated her to Windows 7 from Windows 2000 on the same machine. Or we told her it's the same machine. It's actually just the same monitor and the same mouse and keyboard. But we did that because she was starting to have a hard time connecting to high-speed internet. Looks like you're going to be making something rock-related, Merlin Buff. Turns out that was a recipe for 2 that which you used. I mean, I would have just had, like, 2 servings then. Who doesn't like rocks? Someone who has to move the rock for demolition purposes? No lies told. It's definitely the same computer. Anyway, happiest dwarf on the list that happens to be drinking no beard pref. Okay, just let me... Actually, we can come back to this dwarf. Happiest dwarf on the list who's actively having a drink right now. So Zuntir the Miner. Zuntir never becomes angry after being caught in a snowstorm in 257. He shares intimate details of his life without sparing a thought for the repercussions or without thought for the repercussions or property or propriety. He is very comfortable around those that are different. What? Really? Hold up. I'm just going to leave the game paused for a second. He's very comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he often acts with compassion. He is fairly important. He rarely feels discouraged, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He doesn't seek out excitement and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and can handle stress. And he has little interest in joking around and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering his skill personally, values artwork and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and he values good craftsmanship and values eloquence. Also, for people wondering about adventure mode, when adventure mode gets close for this version of the game, you're going to see exactly the same thing that I did with this version of the game when this came out, which is suddenly like 15 tutorials shows up in one day, because I have the knowledge, it's just a matter of the game getting updated. Dreams of mastering a skill. He likes Orpient, Zinc, Fortification, and Agate, and Giant Ocelot Leather, Aardvark Tooth in the color Prus, and Gems, and Gauntlets, and Beds, and Giant Pond Turtles for their shells, in the words of the Berries of Serenity. And when possible, prefers to consume pear cider, coconuts, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You're a member of the Miners Guild, and a member of the Fabulous Coven. And his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his bronze eyes are round. His ears are somewhat tall, and his hair is umber. Is raw umber, not umber. Raw umber. And his skin is brown. All right. Let's see where those migrants are. They're in a not optimal spot. They don't have too far to go, though. Yeah, we'll take this as an opportunity to get up here and hack down some trees again. There's not really that many, but we'll get them. We'll get them! Now, the question is... 94, 95. Now you're just making the rest of us jealous over here, old Zwari. It's gonna be a sweet Let's Play series. Yeah. Not nice of you, Zwari, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Now you're going to be sitting here denying for the next 10 minutes that you like are in a relationship with this person and it's just a friend like yesterday. What are you doing here, Dwarf? Oh. Umbra Eterna is just getting attacked by giant albatross, or agitated albatross, should I say. Fortunately, they are just albatross, and was able to kill 1 and 2 even. and is now running underground after dropping a shoe. You need pants. No idea in regards to why my computer runs so good. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I see. A giant snowy owl corpse is attacking. Well, that's good. So much for getting fresh migrants into the fort. Military is booking it up. Don't know where that zombie went, but fighting with the giant undead snowy owl, and it fell over pretty quick. It's an angry giant undead owl indeed, yes. What are we fighting with now? Nothing that I'm currently seeing. Maybe something that was undead? I don't think it's worth being above ground right now. Seems like the surface is mad at us. Let's just turn on training. They go fight with whatever's going after them. What are you doing over here, Aegis? Apparently you're in conflict with something. I don't know what it is, but... And you over here in Selena are going off to go get some equipment. My surface is pretty fun, yeah. It's drenched with vomit snow. If I turn on ASCII, you'll see that it's not actually snow. It's, in fact, yellow vomit. And there's corpses everywhere. Or fetid slush. Which I'm sure is lovely. I'm just going to let chat speculate, follows by adds information about why chat shouldn't be speculating. I think you just love the attention, Zori. Like, genuinely. I think you just love the attention. You like it when chat speculates about you and your life. I don't know. He doesn't live here. Brooklyn. So fine, I assume? Nobody, because it's turned off. Enough dwarves in this fort are named. Quite frankly. And it's quite expensive for people and being like, hey, chat, gift a dwarf. And then somebody just being like, who wants a dwarf? It's like, just go for the other thing. Like I said, it's disabled, and I'm not enabling it today. No. From my knowledge, that dragon doesn't live here. That dragon lives off-site somewhere, and that doesn't surprise me that a random dragon lives off-site. What are you in conflict with? So no, I haven't seen that dragon, because that dragon doesn't live here. The dragon lives around here, but that could be any number of places. It's probably this mountain, frankly. Probably a cave on that mountain. Undead dragon when? I don't know. Ask the dragon. Beg your fucking pardon? Seems unwise to just go, like, releasing a zombie from the training facility. That seems very unwise. Although I don't think it's like the entirety of it. Brother was found dead, dehydrated. Well, that's good. No response from Dragon. I mean, I don't think an undead thing would be particularly good at talking generally. Poor dwarf. Oh, never mind. You're dead too. Oh, hey, it's our first quern. Intelligent undead should be able to talk. Since when do you decide what a thing in a world that you didn't design should or should not be able to do? It's mighty backseat game dev of you. I mean, why? They're undead. Also, it depends on the undead. If they are, like, missing their throat and mouth, they can't speak. Otherwise, yes, they can speak. You can talk to them in adventure mode. This is a conglomerate quern. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of conglomerate. Very underwhelming quern, that, but I will put it into the Farmers Guild. Yeah, depending on, like, where they're from, they will be like, identify yourself! Who are you, person? And whatnot. They'll yell at you in adventure mode. That was a marble table. Screwed this up for myself. Guess I could actually just go to cut gems. Because I got these brilliant cut yellow diamonds. Put both of those on that pedestal. That'll help. Then I can start engraving. But yeah, I'm pretty, like I said, I think, like, with some rare exceptions, most intelligent undead can speak. Socializing isn't an issue for them. They hang out in your taverns and socialize. I think when it comes to undead critters, the only ones that don't speak would be ones that are, like, literally, like, missing their lungs. Or, like, their mouth type deal. For a midday walk, you have a good walk. Walks are lovely. I'm a big fan of walks, I'll have you know. Massive supporter of the concept of walks and walking. I'm not going to speculate because I have no idea, and asking me is unfair to. I'm not going to promise things or make people excited because all that does is it gets me in trouble. So please don't ask, Sniper. because I have no idea. Like, genuinely, that's just kind of all there is to it. Thanks, Word Cities. Yeah, I got a lot of people complaining underneath the chat that I did with Putnam about, like, I wanted to know when there would be a next window for the next update. And it's like, not even her job, guys. Like, it's not my job and it's not her job. It's like, if you want to pester somebody about when there will be updates, go pester Kit Fox. And they will probably tell you the exact same thing that I just did. So. And as far as I know, like, Zach and Tarn have been traveling a bunch, right? Like, they went to the DICE Awards in Vegas. So, I'm pretty sure they were at something else before that. So, I wouldn't expect an update for a while. But at the end of the day, speculation is just speculation. And me speculating for the sake of speculating would always be optimistic and just pisses people off. A beast composed of ice. All right, I'm listening. Forgotten beast, Shilansu Asnitu has come. A large oriole composed of ice. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Beware its poisonous vapors. Well, that's mildly terrifying. So it's flying burb. All right, well, I'm going to click that button. They received an award for best strategy game. That's what they did in Vegas. Oriole, it's a bird. There's a mudman in my fort? Holy fuck! Look at that! It's a mudman! That's actually pretty rare. Those don't show up so often. Look at that guy. Can you tame it? No, because they're intelligent. They're like any other animal creature. It's a multi-user dungeon man. Yeah, pretty much. Where's this beastie? Down at the bottom, me thinks he's? Well, it's certainly no Iron Man. And it's also not a fireman. Both are things that can show up in Dwarf Fortress. Can he hop into your tavern? Nope. Well, I mean, now he's dead. Or getting killed by forgot. Yep, he's dead. He's now a splat. A schmear. Got him. All right. Let's go up here and turn this off. Prep this next one. A petition for a Craftsdwarf's Guild. They want a Grand Guild Hall. I suppose. Anyway, I now got this walking icicle, or flying icicle. Also got a lot of injuries from that mudman. Spitalier, thanks for checking out a gift. It's good to have you around. Huge Oriole. O-R-I. So an Oriole looks a bit like this. It's a bird. See, it's bird. But that made of ice. But I hope you've been all right, Spitalier. Apparently there was some chunks that got lost here. No, it's my iceberg. Well, not really, but... I mean, dentist stuff is good, usually. Unless it's, like, dentist stuff that you really don't want to do, but... What are they fighting with? Oh, do we have tantrums going on? I've got tantrums! Alright, let's jump over to the... Seems like our vampire has 21 days left in prison. Seems fine to me. I don't know what you're talking about, Old Zwari. Okay. I gotcha. I need to go see the dentist. I was actually supposed to go see the dentist on December 8th. Which, for those of you who remember December last year, yeah, that I was busy. Definitely didn't go to that appointment, so I have another one for, like, July. I was supposed to go get some stuff done, but definitely ended up, you know, like, streaming Dwarf Fortress, but not doing that. They move it back that far? It's every 6 months usually. So every 6 to 8 months is about right. I mean, it was just a routine checkup. It's not like I've got like a cavity that needs to be filled or anything. Yeah, it's like, and that's about 8 months, isn't it? Because that's what, month 7, so December to the... Yeah, that's right. It's every 8... That's 8 months. Yeah, it's my next appointment. I mean, I could have rescheduled it, but... Like, I probably could get a closer appointment, but eh. Gonna swoop to bed? Alrighty. Besides, we're almost halfway there anyway. Living on a prayer. There's definitely some fighting going on somewhere, and I'm not entirely sure what. Ah. There's a dwarf's corpse causing problems. Let's get this corpse dealt with. But yeah, no, I want to play Phantom Brigade, but the PR company running that game is making it very difficult to just get key for it. That is kind of frustrating to the point where I think I might just buy it. I might actually just buy it and stream some of it tonight. And be like the only person who isn't getting paid to stream it because I just... Why can't people just send, you know, review keys like they used to? Not everything needs to be a sponsored deal. Puppers need to go for walkies. You definitely take those puppers for walkies. A beekeeper was found dead. Must have bled out. There's also a ghost here, so we've got Tacid the ghost and Reg the beekeeper. I just don't want everything I do to be a sponsored deal for marketing purposes. It just makes this go from being a fun job where I get to entertain people on the internet while playing video games to being a marketing job where I actually have to do work, and I don't really care for that. It's like the key to me not burning out is not making this job feel like a job. And if everything is just done because it's the next game that's willing to pay me money, that's not fun anymore. That's just a job. And the whole benefit for me of being able to stream video games on the internet is it doesn't feel like a job to me. And the game's Phantom Brigade. And Animal, you have a good night's sleep. Congratulations on the functional PayPal account. I mean, I've done this for a really long time. Onion Alchemist. Like, I've streamed video games on Twitch for quite some time. And I've made content on YouTube for quite some time. And something that I've always tried to push back on is the whole everything is just a paid-for sponsored deal thing. It's the direction this industry is going, and it's the direction that keeps this industry profitable, so that's fine. But it takes almost all of the enjoyment out of it for me. Last night you had a ghost kill a dwarf child, and then the child immediately rose as a ghost, and you didn't know that could happen? I once had a person in my chat who told me a story of how they had a vampire in their fort, and the vampire drained a dwarven child, and then the child immediately came back as a ghost, and then proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of the vampire for about a year before the vampire finally died. Because the player just locked the vampire in the room with the ghost. It was very much a you're stuck in here with me kind of situation. And he like screenshotted the combat logs and everything and shared them on my Discord. And it was just like, yep. Just this child getting the ever-living shit kicked out of them. Or kicking the ever-living shit out of this vampire for 100 years. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right, Frogfire? Games journalists get this bad rap for being paid shills when it's very much not the case, right? Because they accept, or because a different portion of the website usually is in charge of marketing and finances, and they have a portion of the office that their whole job is to make sure that there are ads on the front page, and those ads will be for whatever video game is being advertised at that moment, right? And because of that, like, video game journalists have gotten a really bad rap for ages and kind of get unnecessarily dogpiled on for reviewing video games at scores that maybe some people don't like, or alternatively, just simply for doing their jobs. And to me, it's confusing as all heck that then those same people turn around and go, but I'm going to trust YouTuber/influencer number 45 who tells me that this video game is good when like 80% of the games that they play are literally being paid cash after the stream's over. It's like, there's this disconnect that I don't understand with people. It's like, why are you going to go openly mock games journalists, but then you turn around and say that you're just going to wait for your friend to stream it? It's like, okay, so parasocial relationships have completely ruined the realization that actually people streaming video games are probably some of the most biased people you could possibly get a take from on the quality of a product because of how heavily paid off they are in the vast majority of cases. That's a bug. Well, it's an old bug, rather. Oh yeah, broke. I already said that. It's an old bug. Everyman versus an established industry? Yeah, but ironically, the established industry actually had rules Unlike the everyman side of it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this exact moment, but I wish I could just get keys for review for video games still, instead of having to like jump through a bunch of hoops, sign up for a Discord, agree to tweet a whole bunch of things, tweet a whole bunch of things, hashtag fucking review key and all that. Just give me a key for review. Just let me promote your video game. Or don't. In which case, then I will complain loudly and then eventually buy it if I actually give a shit. But just realize that the vast majority of people who stream video games on this website are more biased than IGN ever has been. Yet they get the actual, like, hard shit for it. Like, in reality, it's people like me that should be put under a microscope for our ethics. Because people like me and people who work in my industry generally are just here because it makes money. I like to think I'm not one of those people. I'd rather sell you a t-shirt. So, which is why if you type in ! merch in the chat, you can get a link to my merch store where you could buy a really schwanky Crypt Brewing limited edition t-shirt. Mine's in the mail somewhere, and it's got a skull on it and a coffin on the back of it, and it says that the beers never end until you do. Anyway, round of beers to that. Yeah, I don't know. I get paid by cool people to play video games on the internet. I don't get paid by cool people to play video games on the internet to then go find companies to pay me money to play video games on the internet. That's just... I don't like this industry anymore, guys. I really, really don't. It's like this... I miss when people on Twitch were just streaming games on Twitch because they liked the games. And that's what they wanted to play. But that breed of streamer is basically dead at this point. Sure. I mean, see, here's the thing. If a non-video game related entity that wasn't HelloFresh or Manscaped wanted to reach out to me and be like, hey, we want to work with you and sponsor your stream and give you all this money to post an ad on the thing, I would absolutely talk with them. No questions asked. But I don't really want to be biased towards games publishers. Like, kind of at all. No, thank you. I'm good on the G Fuel. Energy drinks, I'm pretty good. Thanks. All right, let's get rid of those. Oh. The chief medical dwarf, Lykot Mopholikot, and Dr. Linden have been married. That's our first marriage in this fort, I think. Did you not have a name, Chief Medical Dwarf? I thought you did. Eh. Oof, walking into somebody's stream and just like openly insulting a temporary minecart track that's simply there to move boulders from here over to the other end of the spot. Like that's nice of you to say. You're not even divorced yet? Well, you're married now. Do I think love can bloom among the vomit fields? You know, as they say, right? If somebody blows chunks on you and you're still there, it's definitely meant to be. Hold her hair. That's what exactly. I can't even remember what movie that's from. It's some Seth Rogen. It's just a lot of wiggle. It was very insulting the way you worded it. Hey, if you're just here to mock my forts, like, okay. you're just gonna get sarcasm and shade thrown back at you. It's gonna get deconstructed once these boulders are finally cleared out. It was extremely insulting, but apology accepted. Because at the end of the day, you know, there's plenty of people streaming video games, and it's like, if you don't like something that somebody's doing, okay, go watch somebody else. It's totally fine. Sometimes we just need a little squiggle wiggle. But that being said, no hard feelings. Only soft feelings. Let's get those constructed. Let's. I could put more gem. I could put gem windows in. Let's do gem windows. Knock out a bunch of this. Knock out a bunch of this. What? If she blows chunks and you're still there, then it was meant to be? I mean, it's factually incorrect, but it just means one person has high empathy. They're higher than, like, granite walls. I don't know about that high. Yes, yeah, now that you mention it, I'm like 98% certain that that line's from Wayne's World. I should rewatch that movie. I wonder how well that movie, like, holds up. Curious if that movie's still funny. Let's remember, no stairway! I don't worry about it. Start loading in.
It's a nice day for a white wedding.
It's a nice day for a white wedding. Thanks for the $1. No. No, Billy Idol is perfectly rated. Certainly not underrated. Crazy roadie. I don't specifically remember a crazy roadie in Wayne's World. Why are you scared of building a well? What? Why would you flood your whole fortress? Just don't flood your fortress. Easy. Water is not that scary. Just if you are actually that scared, put a hard save in. Just make sure that you make a floodgate first or a drawbridge that you can close. So if you do accidentally oopsie your fortress to death, then you can un-oopsie it and bring it back to life very easily. You flooded your fortress with your first well? Make a hard save. Like, if you're actually concerned, just save your game. And you just use a floodgate. Floodgate. I mean, this is just like an aquifer flowing. All of this. This is just an aquifer. Now that I think about it, I don't actually think I have a well anywhere on any of this. I just have one in my, like, hospital. I should probably make another one. Like, I should probably put like a well over here or something. Would make a lot of sense too. So like how what? I think I'm just gonna make like 4 wells right here. Channeled the river 10 levels down, and then it went 10 squares over and then dug back up in the well over. Spoiler, that's not how you do it. Yeah, no, just go 1 tile diagonally right before you spill into the thing where you want it to go, and just make sure you don't let it, like, splum. Yeah, no, it's Dwarf Fortress physics, not real-life physics. If it was real-life physics, we'd be playing Kerbal Space Program, not Dwarf Fort. This is the reason why Tarn says that the water physics system in Dwarf Fortress is terrible. It's because it's not particularly realistic. But yeah, generally my advice for doing stuff with water is just have an emergency shutoff. Plan ahead, have an emergency shutoff. If things start to fuck up, have the ability to turn it off. With this fort, I accidentally flooded a chunk of it once, and I shut it off. So just have a shut off so that you can turn the flow of water off in case of emergency. And current you will be like, man, this is a lot of work, but future you will be like, thank you, past me, for putting the extra work in so that I can save the fortress. Dwarf Fortress is already kind of steampunk, sans steam. A filtered murky pool for your first well? I just dig down to the first aquifer and make a 1-tile aquifer layer. Like, literally just dig 1 layer into the aquifer and just use an aquifer. It's super easy, very quick and convenient, and you don't need to worry about it flooding anything. Because it can't. You just dig 1 tile in from the top of the aquifer and it'll just fill up the little spot and then done forever. Thanks, Sterlonian. I'm coming like weirdly close to like filling out this entire thing. I just need to get these boulders out of here. That's basically it. We're getting there slowly. Got blocked by a boulder and it couldn't shut off? Yep, you gotta clean the boulders out first. Or use a drawbridge, which can't get blocked by boulders. Also, sorry if I seem stuck up, but like, this is kind of one of those, like, you make all of these mistakes once, and then you never make the mistake again, generally. Ryoshin Cat. What kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately. I've got many miners. I got some military. Many miners. A couple engravers. Many clothers. Many cooks and planters. A couple surgeons and doctors. Some children. A single peasant. Otherwise a crafts dwarf. I think the number of cats in this fort are single digits. Now, does that mean that they're not alive because they have no relationships? Gigamoth! Hello again. Welcome back. Servish Cybrick. So it appears that this dwarf has been adopted by a cat. So do you want this dwarf? What do you think? Cat Dorothy, please. Hold on a second, chat. I'm putting on a sweater. I'm so... It's chilly in my apartment today. I should probably turn my heat on. It is like -5 outside, so... But nah. All right. I said I'm putting on a sweater? What'd you think you heard? All right. So, this dwarf... Ryoshin cat. Yeah, cats adopt dwarves. Cats decide that they like a dwarf after following around the dwarves that they like, and they have a hidden friendship thingy, and then cat marry dwarf. And the dwarf has no choice. This is why Dwarf Fortress is the most advanced cat AI ever created. He is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is rarely jealous, and he enjoys being in crowds. He is slow to anger, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is given to flights of fancy, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to make small mess with his own possessions, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He occasionally overindulges, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and he runs his fingers through his hair when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally values sacrifice, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dislikes cooperation. He likes serpentine, tin, black pyro, hags of twilight for their macabre ways, and the sound of the luxurious queen, and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume tomato wine, and absolutely hates bats. All dwarves like working outdoors. They stop they stop liking working outdoors if you don't let them work outdoors for a long period of time. So by default, all dwarves like working outdoors. But lots of people assume this isn't the case, and they lock them indoors. Every single dwarf that you'll ever get in any fortress will like working outdoors initially. And right now there's a bug in the game where it's actually permanent. It's impossible for them to stop liking working outdoors because they gain the ability to work outdoors again back 100% the second they go outside, which is actually a bug. They're supposed to get what's called cave adaptation, where they get basically stuck underground and they get sick and throw up if they haven't been outside for a while. How do these bugs happen? Good question. I don't know. My favorite bug relating to dwarves and liking working outdoors, there was a bug in the game for a bit where, for some reason, they would all start a new fortress with maximum possible cave adaptation. So you'd start a brand new fortress, right? And you'd have like 7 dwarves, and immediately they'd all be 100% cave adapted. And so, like, you'd start, your wagon would be in the center of the screen, and every dwarf would just start puking. There was something very, very comedic about that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just called QA, is it not? This dwarf, like, can't get out right now. You're stuck. Sorry, Urist Cloud gazes. There we go. Now they should be able to get out. I'm gonna get some more water down here because, frankly, we need it. I think that's just any software developer, Brooklyn. Which replaces random numbers in the code. So, not Papyrus. You just reminded me with that statement. You just reminded me of this old piece of malware, and I say malware because calling it a game is maybe wrong. But there was this old game that I remember got shared around a whole bunch in, like, I don't know, 2010, 2011, and it was just a really crappy, like, space shooter, right? Except every single time you defeated and you destroyed a boss, it would delete one random folder on your computer. Just at random. And the idea was, how long can I play this game before my computer crashes? I can't remember the name of it, though. Kind of wish that I could. I just remember it being like a little piece of freeware that would just, like, bork your computer pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't know. My assumption would just be Dwarf Fortress for a really long time was lacking in for a very long time Dwarf Fortress was lacking proper version control, which is how a lot of those bugs happened in the past. But Tarn's been using some form of version control for the past, like, 6-7 years. But now he's using it with another programmer, so maybe he's going to be a bit better about it. There's a pretty famous quote from Tarn on Reddit AMA from, like, 2009, where he says, "Nope, I don't use any form of version control. It's my code. I know what I'm doing with it," or something. But that was, like, 2009. But there was a massive series of issues in 2014, 2015 that caused, like, 6 months of code loss or something. And since then, Tarn's been using version control. Fire snake statue? Yeah, I really like those fire snake statues. Statues. They look cool. Well, what's up, dude? How is things unemployed? I am so happy I don't do any programming stuff for a living. You guys seem so mad about something at all times. Like, yes, there's things I'm mad at in my job, but at the very least, it's things that I have complete control over. It's like whenever I speak to game developers, it's just like, oh, something in this engine changed, and now we get to spend 6 months changing it. Whereas me, it's like, well, Audacity didn't recognize my microphone this morning. Like, that's the word. Like, you'll see streamers, like, complaining that, like, their plugins don't work on OBS and such, and it's like, oh no, my stream looks slightly suboptimal today. Or, oh no, like, OBS didn't recognize my microphone, and I had like an awkward moment where I was muted for a minute. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? I'm going to die inside now forever because my microphone didn't work for 5 minutes. Everybody's just like screaming on the internet that like Windows broke their OBS settings again. It's like, cool, and it took you 3 minutes to fix them. Oh, you poor child. All right, I think it's time for my military to go fight. What do you think, chat? We're going to station them in the arena. Give them a minute to get over there. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some pretty cool bits from, like, hearing about people's programming jobs, but, like, every now and again, like, I hear you guys talk about certain things, but it's just like, man, that sounds like the worst part of every job, except that's just the whole job. Everybody has their own personal floor hatch. Well, most forts, every dwarf has their own bedroom door. In this one, we have floor hatches. So I'm trying to get everybody their own personal bedroom and floor hatch. Yeah. And it's like they don't really need them because technically the stairways are considered a door for the bedrooms, but or ignored. Generally what I do. Take over some castle outside my map. The problem is I'm getting sieged pretty frequently. So if I take over some castle outside of my map, in quotes, and the game decides to siege me, and then my soldiers come back while I'm sieged, and there's 200 like soldiers outside, then I have to deal with those in zombie format, and I really don't want to do that. So I've been kind of ignoring the surface pretty heavily in this fort for that reason, because zombies are just kind of a pain. But speaking of zombies, let's fight with things in the arena. Like I said, and they're seeking a parlay, and I'm going to say no. But the dwarves get to fight anyway. Dwarf comes over and pulls the lever. And it appears that the, is this a head? Pretty sure it's a head. Let's just check. No, okay, it's the mutilated corpse, it turns out. We've also got some zombies back here, some undead llama wool, an undead owlman's right upper arm, and it appears that Clay Commander gets into the fighting first, who's Clayborn, who I think I scared away at the very beginning of the stream because he went off and got curry, I think. So Clayborn runs in first. Is he unarmed, or am I seeing things? I am seeing things. He is, in fact, armed. He does still have that artifact mace, Lick Bottomus, as his main format of weapon. Just its wool, yeah. This is an undead llama wool. It says it right there. Llama wool. It's just the wool of the llama. It's like the will of our people, but the wool of our llama. Clay Commander bashes the dog skin in the upper paw with Lick Bottomus, and the injured part is crushed. Well, that's sad. The Cyclops mutilated corpse attacks Clay Commander but misses and is now dead, apparently very quickly. The Cyclops got bashed by Clay Commander's shield, I think. Or Clay Commander bashes them in the upper body with Lick Bottomus, there you go, bruising the muscle and fracturing the left floating ribs, which killed him immediately. And then the rest of the dwarves just come piling in, and it seems like the foes are vanquished quite quickly, and then the cage lines go up, so I should pull that lever again. I really should put those on a different lever. And now all the dwarves are stuck in there. He's stuck about 90 kilometers from Kerbin and has no fuel. Actually, what I really should do is just, like, deconstruct that lever. It was a very easy fight for the most part. Pull the lever. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to deconstruct that lever. We're going to connect it, and then connect a different one to these bars. Maybe I'll just deconstruct the lever and the bars. We'll just redo this part of it. I don't know what that means, Zwari. But congratulations on your massive success. I'm very proud of you and happy for you. You know, it's funny. It's like, I understand what a lot of the terms are, Nutty Wombat, that you're using in that sentence. It's like, understand, we're working on a cross-platform app, and I'm on the WASM team writing in Golang. That stack has me excited about tech again, TBH, but WASM feels like native. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, no idea what you're talking about. But those words all make sense to me, and it makes me feel kind of smart. I should try KSP2? I would rather never. No, thank you. I'm good. No, it's totally fine. I just think it's kind of funny. It's just like, you could have just made all of that up, and it wouldn't matter.
Blah, ads.
I agree when it comes to ads, Tater Tot. Thank you very much for subscribing. Although you'll have to refresh to actually get the ad-free viewing. But no, I'm good on KSP2 and KSP1. I personally don't care for build spaceship out of blocks game. Those types of games have never really been something that have particularly done it for me. They do it for a lot of people. I'm just not one of those people. What, like 5 guys who know tech and then 1 guy who doesn't? And it's just like, guess who's bullshitting kind of thing? You know, you probably could do that. And then there's just one Web3 guy in the middle and everybody just is mad at him. Everybody's just sitting there going, man, fuck that guy. No, not really. It just removes all the water pressure you've built up to that point, Tater Tot. Not really, no. These are all zombie corpses, and then they go into a minecart that goes down this way, and then the minecart gets pushed to the other corpse pile, and then here, I'll show you the full route that they go on. What's up, Red Dragon? But no, I don't do anything like Lennon. Really. Uh-oh. I don't even know which bit of the critter that is, but something got back up. Gotta knock it over again. Come on, soldiers. We gotta... Whatever this is, the name is too... It's just, its body's up again. Come on! Okay. Well, shoutouts to, Moral here, I think. Who, yeah, just punched the zombie Cyclops to death. Cyclops smack. Scratches it on the right lower arm, bruising it, and it died again. Well done. Anyway, I'm gonna follow this minecart. Oh, it fills up. I have a question, Brookley. Are you talking to me about, like... God damn it, stupid polar bear stood up. I might just need to station the military in here for a minute. Okay, Dwarf dealt with it. Are you talking about audio gear, sex toys, or computer science stuff? Because it could be any of the three of them. I want to know all about this dimple arms extension for powerful resonance tuning. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure I actually know what you're talking about. For clarity's sake, I was just trying to add some comedic value to my normal bullshit. Yeah, but they get progressively weaker until they can't get up again. Like, something just got up there. I think that was just a head, but the soldiers immediately killed it. But this is life in a resurrecting biome where the map's just constantly bringing stuff back to life. Yeah, it was a lower something. Lower arm. Like an arm came back to life just now. And then it did it again. Yeah, it would say a lower right arm keeps getting up. Anyway, then the minecart then gets shoved this way, and I will follow the corpse of the mutilated Cyclops. Yeah, it's a resurrecting biome. That's also why it's like raining vomit on the surface. Or fetid slush. And also, I'm literally never going to Google that for reference. Because while you're probably referencing something funny, I will forget. And it's not super high priority in my brain, so. My pump over there not working? My pump over there is not working. So then they fall down here. Then the dwarves come and pick it up from here and put it into the other minecart. It's basically elbow down is lower arm. Upper arm is elbow up. Which is why lower arms keep coming back to life. It's a pretty heavy corpse. 6887 on the Urist scale is quite a bit. And then we just wait for a dwarf to come over here and push it, who's probably this one. And then it goes, whee! And then it all gets chucked out into there. And that's how I dispose of bodies. They sit on top of this drawbridge. And I whose blood is that? Giant puffin blood. That doesn't seem good. Why is there giant puffin blood in my dining hall? I choose not to worry about it at this exact time. Then I pull this lever. And this lever goes crunch on all this stuff. Probably. But it's still kind of concerning. That would be much more exciting, I would guess. No, it's not Buffy. I already checked on Buffy. Buffy's still there, and Buffy is fine. And it mashes a bunch of them. Why is there plump helmet spawn in there? That's so strange. And then the rest of it just gets crushed. And sometimes I'll just like look in here and it'll just be full of zombies, which is always kind of entertaining. Frog, to me, what you're saying right now reads exactly like character creation in a mech warrior game. That's what this sounds like or looks like from my, I don't know what you're referencing, but to me it sounds like character creation in mech warrior. Like you're putting together a mech loadout and it's like you need to align the something with this and that so that you can get the yada yada with the thingy. But if you don't, then your second reactor will explode and go into nuclear meltdown. Obviously. Butchering animals is a job for the brave in a resurrecting biome, but fortunately animal skin is generally not actually that strong, so usually you just kind of laugh and then the butcher just kind of steps on it and it dies. So they're not generally that threatening, but they can sometimes get threatening. I mean, I could just sit here and cry. And then, which is about an accurate description of mine currently. Let's do that. From infesting your butchering area, just make sure that you have enough space for the dwarves to put the meats that they've butchered into your food stockpile, and you have enough labor available to put the meats into the butchering stockpile or into the meat stockpile. Because if the only time that miasma will show up is if you don't have enough dwarves and or if you don't have enough dwarves or enough space in your stockpile to transport them, then it'll rot. Otherwise, they'll just transport them. Then you're fine. That or you could do like a chimney thing. What, the pangolins? I thought that was patched out. Like, I thought that was out, like, the first patch after launch, but maybe I'm incorrect. I fortunately haven't seen an immortal pangolin yet, although I think it's kind of hysterical. Immortal pangolins is one of those bugs that I think that we will be talking about in, like, 5 years. Like, do you remember when pangolins were immortal? Does Santa come down and bring fun? I mean, define Santa. What's this about pangolins? Undead pangolins are/were immortal for a bit. Like, completely unkillable because they'd go into their immortal stance and then you couldn't ever break them from it. Which is a awful bug, but also kind of hilarious if you think about it. Well, we're still working on the clear glass. And I need more trees for that, so it's going to take a while. Oh, shit, that's... Please don't just be full of water. 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 Fuck, it's full of water. It's not full of... Okay, it's not full of water. We're fine. It's just a little bit dribbly down here at the bottom. Your first forward almost died to an undead pangolin until you changed the raw. Well, like completely disabling their ability to become invincible. That's definitely one way to do it. Also, how you doing, Claiborne? Welcome back. Did you end up getting spicy curry for lunch? Every single time you show up in this chat, you learn something new. The best part about learning something new in my chat every day is none of it actually matters or means anything or has any value to you. It's the best part. It's like every single time you come into this channel, you'll just learn some more completely fucking useless information. Not saying you won't enjoy the completely useless information. It's still completely useless information, though. Little shopping and settle for McDonald's? Boo! Never settle for McDonald's. You can do better than that. Gotta delete the immortality of the upper spine to save your fort. Chat, now we're just back to bullshitting about nonsense words. Yeah, you just gotta delete the immortality. You know, Claiborne, I have a question. Can I please, screenshot what you just said and tweet that? Can I please do that? Because that is just perfect. Please do. Okay, hold on. I'm going to tweet out a screenshot. It's normal Dwarf Fortress Twitch chat. Here's a link if you happen to have this terrible website called Twitter and you feel like you want to, tweet it out. Also, if you want to help me promote my dumb t-shirts, there's another link. True, yeah, Star Trek has a lot of pretty good technobabble in it. Although I mentioned this yesterday, but I watched Johnny Mnemonic over the weekend because a podcast that I listened to has been doing like cheesy 80s and 90s action movies month. And so like they did Demolition Man and a few others, and I've been catching up, and one of the first ones that I watched was Johnny Mnemonic, which complete techno bullshit jargon for half of that movie, but like he gets a RAM extender for his brain in that movie, which is like, if you don't know what like a memory extender was for older computers, it literally was just like a memory compressor that would just like, it would compress all the folders on your computer so you'd have more memory. That was all it was. Very simple, like, piece of software that you could buy. But he gets one for his brain. So he gets a memory extender, and he literally like plugs a thing into his head and just like pulls this thing out of his pocket and pushes a button on this thing, and he's like, it's like, what's your storage capacity? I can store 160 gigabytes of memory. It's like, but the files that he has to store are 360 gigabytes, so he has to go over limit and handle the digital seepage, which is also pretty It's not, but this is also a movie that, what year? Okay, hold on. What year did that movie come out? Johnny Mnemonic came out in 1995. So yeah, in 1995, 160 gigabytes was like, whoa! Like, you might know what a kilobyte is. Also, it appears that the soldiers on the surface are fighting with undead puffins. That's kind of a shame. For the puffins that they have to be undead, those poor critters. Where was I digging? Oh, down here. Yeah, so if someone were to walk up to you and say 160 gigabytes, you'd blink in 1995. You'd be like, whoa. My first computer had 512 megabytes of memory, so. I remember when I got a 3 gigabyte hard drive installed in that computer, and I was stoked. So excited. Mostly because at the time I was using the Lego camera to make a lot of stop motion videos, and I was very excited that I'd be able to hold more video footage on my computer. Man, they don't make computers like they used to. Why can't my computer have a turbo button? Like, god damn it. Why can't my computer have a turbo button? I want a turbo button. It doesn't even need to do anything. Lego had a camera? Yeah, I still have it. It was like a crappy webcam. It was part of the Lego Mindstorm stuff. This guy. I have one of those. This chat has just turned into like lazy game reviews like comments section. But yeah, if you happen to have Netflix or some other streaming service or just access to the movie Johnny Mnemonic, I recommend seeking that movie out and watching it. It's like 90 minutes. It's very short. It's like an hour and a half. It's a very short movie. And it's just dumb and entertaining and predicts a lot of things and the stuff, and it gets more things right than it gets things wrong. They're fighting with normal puffins. I hope we get to cage a couple normal puffins. Yeah, that's why I'm ignoring the surface, because they're also all going to come back multiple times. And it's raining fetid sludge, so they'll go insane before. Got Kia Man, skip partial skeletons. Agitated eagle corpses. Like, yikes. I'm mad that we just keep getting ice wolf corpses, because I'd like a normal-ass ice wolf to spawn. Because normal ice wolves are rare and super cool. So bizarre. Yes, and it's Jesus time. There's no other location that you'll ever hear somebody say, it's Jesus time, as a threat, I'm gonna fucking kill you line. One of my weavers has withdrawn from society. First, maybe where Sandra Bullock was in VR, shifting through files in a VR filing room. I think I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know. An hour and a half was pretty normal for movie length, Orange. A long movie was like 2 hours. I don't know if I ever remember a time where an hour and a half was like considered long for a movie. Also, how goes the drive-in? It's -5 and we got more snow last night up here. Not sober, but yes, you should watch Velocipaster. Only watch it if you've like had a few drinks though. Hold on. I'm thinking of a movie, but I need to make sure I get the title right. Hold on. I'm literally like doing some dumb Google searches to try and find a movie. Ah, I found it. Hold on. 1994's Tammy and the T-Rex. Tammy and the T-Rex is a 1994 American science fiction comedy film directed by Stuart Raffel and written by Raffel and Gary Broxdale. The film, which stars Terry, a bunch of people you've never heard of, centers around a high school student named Tammy whose boyfriend Michael has his brain implanted in the body of a robotic Tyrannosaurus Rex by a mad scientist. And the entire reason this movie got made was because they had an animatronic T-Rex in 3 days. Yes. Stuart Raffel says that he was approached by a man who owned theaters in South America and had an animatronic T-Rex, which was going into a park in Texas. The eyes worked and the arms moved and the head moved, and we had 2 weeks before it was going to be shipped to Texas. So he came to me and said, "We can make a movie with it. What's the story?" He said. "I don't have a story, but we have to start filming within the month." The whole story was written within a week. It's an 82-minute movie. It recently got a surge in re-popularity because it's one of the 6 C- movies that was in High on Life, that video game that came out recently with the talking guns, and the what's his fuck who did voices for Rick and Morty, who's apparently going to prison now. Anyway, oh no, don't you torture my poor Puffin, you stupid ghost. It's Doran. If it seems like I'm kind of doing nothing right now, it's because I'm building a pump stack to pump lava up to the surface. And when I pump lava up to the surface, trust me, we'll actually win on the surface. Instead of the new one? I mean, here's the thing. Tater Tot, if you care that much, which I don't think you do, but if you do care that much, rent a movie theater, get 10 friends together, each put in $50, and you could just have a movie theater and watch the Super Mario Brothers movie, if you actually care. Cloth, what do you need? If you need trees, you're dead, sir. Shining bars of metal, stacked cloth. A forest. Okay, well. I mean, I also don't have 10 friends, but you could make that happen. I guess the point that I'm making is people don't care about that movie very much. Fortunately or unfortunately. All right, we're going to go uber biggie risky right now because I want to keep this dwarf alive if possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this spot right here to the burrow. Turn the burrow on, and then we're going to go back up a little ways. I'm going to unlock this door. Because I want them to go down here and chop these trees down so I can save this dwarf. And I'm sending the military down here too, just in case any critters show up. There isn't a dwarf in the caverns. We're going down to the caverns specifically so that I can get wood for this artifact. So I'm sending the dwarves to the caverns. Because there's trees growing down here. And there's a lot of zombies on the surface. Oh, that would be fantastic if a Forgotten Beast were to show up right now. That'd be a lot of fun. Kind of wish that would happen, in fact. No, nobody's lost. I mean, it sort of is to the rescue. I mean, we're rescuing this dwarf. Oh, look, a gremlin. Look at old Grammy. Run away there, buddy. Get out of here. We're going to see if we can clean up this lower area. Yeah, if only I had a web spitter and some cage traps and we could actually catch him. Let's jump up to the strange mood dwarf. Yeah, I've seen a few of them in this particular Fort Diamond. I do actually have a setup to catch them. I just need them to go a little further up and in. You know what I could do, actually? I could just make like 2 doors with a lever in it so that if he pulls the lever, it just locks the doors. I could very easily just do that. Maybe I should do that. It's like, what'd you just do? Sealed yourself in a room. Actually, that's not totally true. There is a bug in the game right now where if the dwarves are, if the angel, or maybe not bug, there is a certain setup of situations where if the dwarves of your faction worship that angel as a god, they are not hostile. There's a very small chance where you could theoretically end up with a non-hostile or a non-antagonistic, I suppose, angel. So here's my idea. I make a little thingy like this, right? With a lever in the middle, and then a door on either side, and then the lever is connected to those 2 doors. You wouldn't call that a bug? Well, an unintended mechanic. How's that? Is an unintended mechanic just what we call bugs now in Dwarf Fort? So many skeletons. Bugs are just features that haven't been discovered yet most of the time. Also, this Forgotten Beast seems slightly annoyed at us just like running past it. It's like, I can hear you in the walls. And we're like, that's okay. We don't care. Yeah, I could just leave that door there. It's fine. Let's also add this into here. And this. Just making sure that the dwarves stay in this one kind of area. Such a cool cavern layer, though. I mean, look at it in ASCII, too. So pretty. Just dead things everywhere. So much blood. Yeah, it's a Forgotten Beast trap. That's exactly what it is. Store item in the stockpile, hey? Blind Cave Ogre Mangled Skeleton. That can't be very light. No, it's very heavy. Well, enjoy your strength training there, dwarf. We're finally getting rid of the corpses that are down here. Maybe we can actually, like, clean this area up at some point. Is this a community fort? No, this is mine. Yeah, you just click a button. Switch to ASCII. Yeah, this is why I don't make bone crafts in This is why you don't make bone crafts in reanimating biomes. It's generally what I would describe as a death wish. Creepy crawlers on the ground. Let's clean this area out a little bit. But in our motto of bone bracelets. I think by the time they're a bone bracelet, it's no longer a concern. Give this something else to be. Now that'd be bone figurines, right? Suddenly, little baby Urist's favorite action figures now strangling them to death. See, growing up, that was just my sister's. Uh-oh. An elk bird skeleton is fighting? Oh, that seems concerning. You're supposed to be dead. Seems like we got a Crundle skeleton and a elk bird skeleton in there. Also vomit everywhere. Well, this is great. At least nobody's dead yet. Look at you puking on the gravestones. That's so disrespectful. Of all the things you could have just done with your time there, dwarf, you're vomiting on the gravestones. Well, at least our weaver here got mangled bone, nethercap logs, and seems to still be grabbing stuff. 3 pieces of pigtail, llama leather, nethercap, tetrahedrite, kimberlite, copper, and mulmarian. The fuck is a mulmarian? It's like a mole critter thing. Dwarf Fortress creature. Polar bear man mutilated corpse, apparently. We really need to just get those stacked into there. It's like Maid Marian, but a mole. I don't think so. But, what do I really know? So I'm making a gremlin trap to see if we can trap gremlins. So the theory behind this trap is that this lever is attached to these two doors, and the doors are both propped open. Gremlin runs in, pulls lever, and then the doors both close. Yeah, it needs to be mangled. Mutilated will still reanimate, yeah. But then he might just pull the lever again and unlock himself, so we'll see. Friend maker? Hardly. He'll probably just pull the lever a second time and then... Actually, you know what? Instead of this, we should probably do a pressure. Oh, no, they're trap avoids, so... Well, yes, they can. Sorry. Maybe we use pressure plate. But I'd assume he'd be trap avoid, so... It's like maybe use pressure plate and then make the lever do nothing? Try that. One use only. And then we'll have a lever that's just connected to nothing. Big Sparn, what kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? Apparently, oh, I see. They're fighting with porcupine men? Porcupine men. Not the combat log I expected to see. They are adorable. Well, F's for the porcupine men that just walked onto the map, chat. There are now a bunch of pieces of porcupine men. Kind of a shame. Any dwarf? I'll give you the happiest dwarf that isn't named. Who appears to be a hammer lord. AKA Big Hammer. She has 2 children. She is married to Erush. Her kids are Sniper and Zephon. And you're a passing acquaintance with Jazz. Personality-wise, she is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. She often feels filled with joy. And she does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She can have a very calm demeanor, and she is grounded in reality and is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to think before acting, and she does not often feel lustful. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals after becoming a parent in 260, and she has a deep respect for animals and plants and the natural world, and treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life, and she finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and values a harmonious existence and doesn't find blind honesty foolish and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes marble, zinc, and pineapple opal, gauntlets and statues, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and tree frog men for their distinct mating call, and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible, she prefers to consume red-winged blackbird and apple cider, and absolutely hates purring maggots. As part of the massive tomes, she was satisfied after teaching dodging. And she has a thin frame that is loaded with muscles and great layers of fat. Her nose is sharply hooked, and her hair is clean shaven. Her dark tan skin is wrinkled and her brass eyes are slightly rounded. Her ears are somewhat tall and her hair is pale brown with some gray. You're 95 years old and you have 1 kill. You killed a zombie dwarf. Don't you? Well, I mean, her hair is clean shaven. Looks like the doctors are working overtime right now. Plenty of injuries. Surgeon Lorbam is currently hauling some pigtail cloth to tend to Stylianides' wounds. Whose right ear is gone, apparently. Pijamang, apparently over here, is been stripped naked because requires some pretty major surgeries. And this is why the caverns are dangerous. And why I think I might actually just let the dwarves out of here. Oy vey. All right. That's enough cavern shenanigans for right now. Nomal the Weaver has created Udizitur, a pigtail shirt, and offers it to the Whales of Drowning. Cool. Undead Jabberer running up into the fort. Come on. Well, a Jabberer is a single Jabberer, and Jabberers is multiple Jabberers. Run away, Saigon. Get through the door. Or don't. Oh, I can't. Can't lock it. You might want to run there, dwarf. That's interesting. Oh, I see why I can't. Wait, are you for real? There's a door in the door. I can't lock the door because there's a door on top of the door, chat. I can't lock this door because the door is being blocked by a door. Ugh. I can't because there's a door in the door. I can't lock the door that's in the door because the door is locking a door, okay? That's getting clipped and shorted. I was like, why can't I lock this door? Well, clearly it's because there's a doorway blocking the door. All right, Mebtith, it's very unfortunate, but I think that this critter here is about to win. It's an adorable issue we've just had. I'm saving your life here, short test. Oh no, puppy dog! Puppy dog, no! I just want this dwarf to be able to get out of here. Uh-oh. Never mind, I just killed you. Sorry, dwarf. God dang it. Well, it's now a named Undead Jabberer. Well, I'm not keeping it. No, we're killing this stupid thing. Unlike the innocent forgotten beast over here, it's actually killed a bunch of my dwarves. Now we're also going to have a bunch of undead puppies to deal with in a minute, aren't we? This is going to be fun. This is going to be great. Undead puppies, this is horrible. I know, right? Looks like Psycholabs, Streamlabs is here. Is dueling with the creature. Streamlabs continues to duel with the creature. Let's see how the actual fight is going. Streamlabs bashes it. Bashes the Jabberer corpse in the upper body with her named hammer. And bruising the muscle and bruising the gizzard. Bruised gizzard and the dwarf wizard. Lizard. Psycholabs appears to be getting by just fine, but the creature also is still killing more dogs around the edges. Doesn't seem to mind too much, unfortunately. Psycholabs, on the other hand, though, is fighting grandly and doesn't feel anything after joining an existing conflict. Kills the creature. We'll see when we see you, Lyndon. And it appears that Psycholabs finally killed it by bashing it in the head with her hammer and crushed it. All right, so seems like most of these dogs are mutilated. Okay, so some of them are just mutilated, but most of them are mangled. I'm sorry, what? Really now? It's an old woman blowgunner. She's shooting darts at a bunch of Crundles. And is whoa. Shoutouts to these Olm people or these Crundles for discovering these Olm people for us. Olm people look cute. They're kind of tall. I like how they have little pants. Like it kind of answers the question of like, would snake people wear pants? They do in fact have shorts. They're semi-aquatic. Just like long-haul truckers use semi-trucks. Perfect analogy. You're welcome. Happy to help. The door, it's designated to be constructed somewhere else, so I can't actually move it right now. But I think what I'm just going to do right here for right now until I get the opportunity to fix this is we're just going to seal this off. Well, that went kind of horribly. No, we should burn the door. We should burn the door. That door betrayed us. A dwarf picked up a cyclops bone to use it in crafting their artifact. Ooh. Well, artifacts are not normal dwarven tasks, though. Build the door there, dwarf. Why do you insist on going in? Fine, you know what? If you insist on going in this direction, how about we try this? Get over here, you alcoholic toddler. Wow. Okay, fine. Fine. If you insist on being this way, I will play your game. We will do it this way. Except I will place it right here. Riddle me this here, dwarf. Stand on that. There's apparently still fighting happening. It could also just be the siege on the surface. You know what? Fine, fuck it. I'll let you out here, dwarf, if this is what you insist on. I was quite happy about being near a fine door, though. You know you're, like, free to go, dwarf, right? You can just leave. The door is unlocked. Woo! Tier 2. Gaius, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. I would really like to just release you here, dwarf, but you're making it very difficult for me. So you know what? I'm just going to block that off with whatever and just let somebody else do it. That's a dwarf right there. Doran. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Gaius keeping that sub alive for yet another month? And thank you very, very much for a 2nd month with tier 2. Means a lot, man. All right. Saigon. Medtub. And short test. You're out of rum. That's a crime. This is where you stand, you hold your head up high, and you scream, "Why is the rum gone?" Apparently the sacred music is fighting with something. But there's nothing to fight with. So oh, there's a Crundle head. There's an undead Crundle head, chat. I'm terrified, truly. Oh, and also an undead dwarf. That's suboptimal. Seems like one of my miners just killed like 2 of them. Shoutouts to Edom over here, who just took out Knighted Steez the zombie goblin. And also a zombie dog and something else. I was going to say, and I'm pretty sure, yes, there was an artifact shirt in there. This is a pigtail shirt. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round kimberlite cabochons and encircled with bands of pigtail and llama leather and nethercap and silver. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mulmarian bone and menaces with spikes of pigtail and tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of an icahedral icahedra in pigtail. On the item is an image of Nomal Gorge Mines, the dwarf, and dwarves in copper. Nomal Gorge Mines is surrounded by the dwarf. The dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal Gorge Mines to the position of king of the accidental sealing in year 1. We'll see when we see a sniper. Thanks for hanging out today. You know, I was just kind of curious. So I went and I looked up how long it takes to beat Phantom Brigade. Without looking it up, chat. How long do you think it would take to beat Phantom Brigade? Without looking it up. Wow. That's a very low estimate. 300 hours? $85, 5 hours, 90 hours. It's like apparently every XCOM clone ever made takes 90 hours to beat. Or every XCOM style tactics game. 2 minutes. Phantom Brigade. Oh, there's an undead doggy. Phantom Brigade is a mech tactics game. Big robots. It's a game that I really want to play, and I'm very frustrated that they seem to be refusing to send keys for review and only want to pay people to play it. Which is like, just fucking send me a key. This game. This game. It's Phantom Brigade. But I'm like, maybe like 5 more subs away from just buying it and streaming it tonight. Because I do really want to stream it. But yeah, apparently it takes 90. No, Phantom Brigade. No idea what that is, though. Yes, that is a very different game. That is a very Final Fantasy-ass tactics game. It's almost like they're running out of names for video games. Or it's gotten a little crunchy lag-wise. Whoa, party time. I was gonna say, where are they dancing? I don't see them. All right, chat, party in the vomit. All right, fine. That's the last time I'm going to try and give you guys emote-only mode. While I go sneak lunch. Noted. Thanks for the 14 cents. Lightning Roger. I went and got a sandwich. It's a pretty good party aftermath, too. There's just like blood and vomit everywhere. I wonder if any of these guys got named. Because they probably killed a bunch of Olms. Or rather, a bunch of Crundles. Guess their kills aren't listed, that's a shame. You got a new emote? Oh, hell yeah. Seems like a college party. I think most dwarven parties are like a college party. What story are you telling? Oh, it's talking about how the Hall of Tomes formed one of my guilds. Cleaning? Nope, you're listening to a story. Well. How does sound commands work? Assuming I've set you up with them, which I should have. You type an exclamation point annoy me, and that'll just give you the list of them. Yeah, like Jerry Gord just did. You should just be able to type those in, because I'm like 99% certain I set yours up. I say that like I very much am. Okay, I clearly didn't set them up for you. Let me fix that.
Sandwich!
I swear I did, but let me make them work. It's always the assuming I remembered. Try it now. Try typing exclamation point T again.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Yeah, but when I see the resubs, I tab over to my bot and then hit 2 buttons to make sure that they're still set. And I have a thing that keeps notes as to whether or not they had it the month before. And I definitely tabbed over and then forgot what I was doing and then definitely didn't do it. Also, Zenetsu, thank you very much for checking out 5 community gift subs. I guess that means I'm just going to go buy Phantom Brigade. So chat, slight change of plans. I'm going to go buy Phantom Brigade. And, in like 2 hours, we're going to stream that. Or however long it takes me to build this pump stack. Which, we're almost there. I've got, what, like one more layer of dumb before I'm through this aquifer, and then it should speed up. I'm not going back into that cavern layer for gremlins anytime soon. I lost 4 dwarves in like 20 minutes. No. You want me to send you the save file? You can. But they also get mech suits and time travel. Lightning Roger. What's Phantom Brigade? Giant robot, time travel tactics, XCOM kinda. Big robots, XCOM and time travel, is Phantom Brigade. Yeah, except just mechs, so like 1,000 times better than XCOM. And it's got simultaneous turns. And it's by Brace Yourself Games. You know, like Crypto the Necrodancer. So, you know, very, and also Industries of Titan, which apparently is like not great. And then whatever Godless is, which I've never even heard of. But, yeah. Anyway. It's from the people who made the other game that is totally related to that Crypt of the Necrodancer. Any Warsim plan? I wasn't planning for today, but... Basically, I'm planning on doing a subathon sometime in the next 10 days. I don't know exactly what day it's going to start on. It kind of depends on when I can get a YouTube backlog set up, and we're going to do a lot of Warsim during that. But Warsim's just kind of there, and is just a game that I'm going to keep playing. It's minus 11 outside and your heating isn't working too well? Oh boy. Raikalu named their shield. You know what's like... There's a lot of things that people are complaining about with current Dwarf Fort. Darren, it's good to see you. There's a lot of things that people are complaining about with Dwarf Fort right now. That they've been complaining about a lot. And I think that they're all very legitimate complaints. You know, like UI, things that need improvement and whatnot and all that jazz. The one thing that genuinely bothers me about Dwarf Fortress right now has nothing to do with any of that. The one thing that genuinely bothers me is that when artifacts get names, or when items get named, they lose their sprite. Drives me nuts. Like, your entire military goes running into battle, and they're all just, like, bare-fisted. And it's like, guys, I just want those to look like weapons. You're reminding me of, like, all those old images of, like, it's a hole in the middle of the road, and then there's just a sign pointing in it that says China, 11,000 kilometers or whatever. They lose their sprite? Like, as in the dwarf sprite? Okay, now that I haven't seen. But I have had dwarves, like, weapons lose their sprite. Alright, so we're just gonna get rid of all these, except for the stair. I need that. Alright, let's go down. What, like the whole dwarf loses its sprite? That's not good. Speaking of not good, this is also not good. There isn't supposed to be water in here, guys, I swear. I'm gonna have to drain this water out slowly. Oh, only in the squad. Okay, I've seen that happen in the squad menu. I also don't know what causes that. So many new fun graphics-related issues. Just wait down here for this water to drain enough so that I can actually walk down into it. There we go, this should help. Did I just eat a piece of microphone foam? No, there was a piece of bread from my sandwich that got stuck on my microphone when I was eating my sandwich. It's actually, truthfully, part of the reason I don't like eating at my computer, but... About how this OST is amazing? I really need to talk to Dabu at some point about this soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, it's always a really good sign for a video game soundtrack where if you play the game a lot and listen to the soundtrack and you don't mute it, you know it's a good soundtrack. Oh, so there's something.
He's so hungry that he has to eat his microphone. Quick, let's start a hype train so he doesn't starve.
I mean, I did just eat a sandwich, so I'm not actually hungry. But like, I appreciate the sentiment. But thanks for the $1, Jerry Corn. Here's the thing, though, right? Everybody remembers listening to Hell March from Red Alert, but do you remember any of the other music in that game? Because, like, I, too, remember Hell March. Aw, man. Poor timing game. You shouldn't make military dwarves miners. You kind of end up setting the pop limits and having a small fort. You heard it's buggy? I don't... So, there used to be a bug where if a dwarf was assigned to both mining and woodcutting, they wouldn't know which weapon to wield, and they would just keep dropping it and picking up and dropping it and picking up. That got fixed some time ago, so I don't actually know what people are talking about it with a bug relating to that, because I've run into no issues. I've absolutely had... Like, if you are currently training, you can't stop training to go mine, right? So if your dwarves are currently training, then they're not going to, like, drop their training and go mine, so people go, oh, it's buggy. It's not actually buggy. It's just they can either do one thing or the other thing, and you can't assign them to do both things at the same time. You're going to lurk? Alrighty, we'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for hanging out. So that's all it really is. It's not that it's buggy. It's just, it can get a little quirky, like many things in Dwarf Fortress can. But I wouldn't say it's buggy. I think that's maybe a bit unfair. It does work just fine. You absolutely can just have dwarves that are in the military that are also miners or whatever, but... I like that I actually have a decent amount of glass blocks now. The one with the French lady. Very descriptive. I'm assuming we're still talking about Red Alert soundtracks. So, chat, since there was a new Deep Rock Galactic franchise game announced this morning, I have a question. What do you think is the next series to have a Vampire Survivors-like spin-off made out of it? Yeah, it's Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is the name of it. Call of Duty? Ooh, damn, that's not a bad one. Yeah, brand new Deep Rock Galactic game. Because my bet's Risk of Rain. If this does well, there will be a Risk of Rain, one of these. Oh, yeah, sure. League of Legends should get a free-to-play one. But, yeah. Survivor-like auto shooter. Can I just say... Survivor... auto assault. Or Survivor automatic... Oh, man. No, it's auto survival something. It starts with an S. Auto survival shooter? Yeah, auto survival shooter is my favorite acronym for those games because it abbreviates to ASS, which is kind of how I feel about all of them. They're all just kind of ass. Very good example of an auto survival shooter type game. Oh, I know they're redoing the first Risk of Rain. But after that one, that's Hippopo's last. I mean, they are kind of ass. I'm not going to take it back. That's how I feel. Vampire Survivors is great. You know, fun fact, the guy that makes Vampire Survivors, and I figured out recently why I'm not a fan of Vampire Survivors. The guy that made that game used to program slot machines before he made Vampire Survivors. And his straight up stated, he's like, his entire design aesthetic and goal with that game was to make it stimulate your brain in exactly the same way that a casino would, which is why I can't stand that shit. Persistent inventory system shooter. So you like piss? Hold on a second. We've got ass and then we got piss. I'm gonna contemplate that when I drink my coffee. It's the golden genre? Uh-huh. Golden genre indeed. You know, it's kind of almost better that you broke it up there, King Cook, like typo the first one and then like finish typing, because it's just it's almost funnier that way. Piss likes. You know, I've got adult games filter turned on Steam because I can't have any of that shit popping up while I'm just fiddling around, so I'd be safe regardless. You know, fun fact, I bought a motherboard from Linus before he started Linus Tech Tips. I live in the exact same part of town. The place I grew up in is what he named his server after for Linus Tech Tips. I ran into them on Skytrain once when they were filming Scrapyard Wars. So yeah, if I sound like Linus, it's because I literally live in the same part of town as Linus. Also, my dad had an office for a while that was worked in an office that was right next to where they worked. And the original house is like, from like OG Linus Tech Tips days, is like just a very short drive from where I am living right now. You know, I know a little bit about game dev. I kind of doubt he's sitting on a yacht smoking a blunt. Like, guy made a lot of money, but I don't think he made that much money. Like, not sure where you're getting that from. Like, we're talking like video game that sold for $3. Like, dude's doing okay, but I don't think he's sitting on a yacht. Besides, like, my favorite rich person quote ever is, if it floats, flies, or fucks, don't buy it, rent it. So if he was smart with his money, he would be renting the yacht instead of buying it. Right, Glue, hello. Maybe it's a rental. I mean, see, that would be smart, right? Yeah, probably just sitting out back in the alley behind where his, like, apartment is, just smoking a cigarette going, nobody knows who I am. Now, when Vampire Survivors turns around and sponsors an F1 car, I'll believe the yacht thing. God, this whole soundtrack is so good. So good. I can't wait until we get that mythical record pressing of it. You know, the day before this game came out, or a couple days before the game came out, the last stream I did of the previous version, Dabu was in my chat and was just talking about how well the soundtrack was selling and the game hadn't even come out yet. And he was just like, oh yeah, no, this is a career maker for me. I'm gonna go party. And it was just like, I think 6 days went by and we were listening to, like, it was launch day for the game. And somebody in my chat was like, so where's Dabu today? And I'm like, I don't know, probably still hungover. Tarkov isn't hitting the spot for you anymore. It's time to find a new game there. Isn't this why all the people who play games like Tarkov like rotate between games pretty frequently? It's because like you get diminishing returns. Like I feel like all of those guys are constantly like, it'll be dark and darker whenever there's a playtest, and then it'll be Tarkov for a bit, and then it'll be like Rust for a bit, and then they'll go to DayZ, and then they'll play some weird mod, and then they'll play a week of indie games, and then they'll go back. Because like 20% of the legitimate players quit. Why? Corn Knob, what's up? Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Also, chat, something I should mention. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a little short. But the reason tomorrow's stream is going to be a little short is because I'm going to a concert tomorrow night. I'm going to go see the Real Mackenzies, which is a Scottish punk band from Vancouver here. So I'm going to go watch some middle-aged dudes in kilts play hard rock for a few hours in the evening. I'm not allowed? Oh, no. Well, too late. Sandy and Potato, what kind of dwarf would you like? You know the rules. There's no fake Mackenzies, no, fortunately. Do you currently have a dwarf? I don't think so. But if you thought you did, why did you request a dwarf? I guess I can refund it if you already do have one. No, you do have one, so I'll refund it. Which is also why, like, I've got the gifted ones turned off, because so many people just have them right now. But here, I can reread your dwarf's description. It's been up for quite some time, I think. There's been a few points today where it's just been open for like an hour. Actually, never mind. It was up for like a minute. Thought it was up for longer, but... that's the wrong dwarf. That's the right one. There you are. Don't feel anything while in conflict, apparently. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and is prone to strong feelings of lust. And she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. You're still married to Raikalu, who's in the military these days. Thok don't think is one of your kids. And your most recent thoughts are all doesn't feel anything after seeing a bug bat's dead body and various other things. You were remembering sleeping in a fantastic dining in a fantastic dining room, a satisfying acquisition, and you read Exploring Cobble Trades. The Real Mackenzies? Right, Shinkat? I mean, they've been around forever. They have their own label. they're just fun. I don't know. I've listened to them on and off and seen them like 4 or 5 times. The first time I saw them, they actually opened for Bad Religion, of all people. And I was like, I really liked, like, it was me, uh-oh. We got, Raiders. It was me and a friend, we were going to the show. And, we were just like, we don't care about these openers, whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. We'll just skip the openers. And we show up to the show and we hear bagpipes, and we're like, what the fuck? And then booked it outside to hear why there was bagpipes. We were very confused by the bagpipes. I'm like, bagpipes at a Bad Religion show? And we're like, all right, this is great. Never mind, sold. And now whenever they do shows close by, they're always like 15, 20 bucks, and I just go see them repeatedly. But if you like that kind of punk, I would also listen to Spirit of the West. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yeah, no, that's, hopefully happy memories I've just brought back. Definitely a fun band, though. But yeah, they do little, like, pub shows around here. Pretty small venues, usually, like 200, 300 people tops. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be ending at, like, 5 p.m. instead of, like, 8 or 9. So I'll be ending a few hours early. There's a channel under the front of the pump that just said that... Why there's a channel under the front of the pump instead of just behind the pump? Wait, for the pump stacks? Like, why is there 2? So the reason there's 2 is one transfers power. Still not allowed. Well, I guess F me then. I'm breaking the law. So this here, I will, well, actually this one's suspended, so I'll just cancel it and show you. So this back spot transfers power to the one above. This is where it sits, and it pumps from this side. So it pumps from this side, the lava comes up, and the power is transferred through here down into the one below, and vice versa. Well, prove it, old Zwari. So this lower layer pumps from down here up to here, and if you want to do powered pump stacks, then they need to transfer power from the one above down to the one below. Actually, chat, here's a question, just kind of for fun. All in favor of supporting Zwari's protest against me going outside and, you know, enjoying my life and going to go see a concert? Press 1. All in favor of not, press 2. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. All of chess like 1. All right, well, I guess I'll just keep breaking the law then. Well, next month when I have no subscribers left and I go bankrupt, we all know why. Does it matter which direction the pumps go? They have to alternate. It's not democracy. I'm simply asking for a public opinion poll. Big difference between just asking for public opinion and democracy. Not actually letting you vote in anything. I was just curious as to what you guys thought. But obviously you're gonna meme against me. I could stream at my concert. Not to, like, be a weirdo or anything, but do you have any idea how illegal that actually is? Like, genuinely, that is pretty frickin' illegal. Without consent of the band? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get in a lot of trouble or kicked out or banned from the venue for doing that. You'd have to get permission from both the venue and the band in order to just stream at the concert. Ooh, this is new. The Royal Keeper of the Seal. of the Confederation of Webbing. Are you going to buy me a laptop to take to this? Because I don't own a portable computer. I just have a full-size gaming desktop with 3 monitors and a standing desk. Are you going to carry that through the bad side of town to the bar that I'm going to for this concert? Are you going to do that? Take it with? Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. All right, this conversation is going from being amusing to just being kind of aggravating, so I'm going to change the subject now. If you guys want to keep joking about this, feel free. I'm going to just not talk about it anymore, because it's gone from being fun and amusing to, nah, I'm good. I'm going to connect this and that. No, I don't feel like using my business's revenue for a crappy subcomputer so I could just work more. That seems kind of like a poor investment in my opinion. I'd rather have a workspace and then actual life. It's going to get warmer? Not exactly, because it hasn't been that cold, but I don't know where exactly you are and what warm is to you. No were-dwarf? I don't think we've seen a single were creature, no. But this is the first world since or only the second world I've generated in my time playing version 50 where I've had a vampire, so. Warm is minus 20 C for you? Here's the thing, I kinda hate summer. Genuinely, I kinda hate summer. I like spring and fall and winter. I kinda hate summer. Summer is just like depression season for me. This is interesting because like it's the dwarves here to trade, right? But alongside of the dwarves, we also got like this one human trader, which is interesting. This person, the Royal Keeper of the Seal. The Baron Devilish Potato of Waterlungs meets with the human Royal Keeper of the Seal, Bempta Eludin. Says, Noble Dwarf, there's much to discuss. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. There's much to share, and they've added information. I wonder if we're actually trading with both. Huh. So did they just give us information on the surroundings? Seeing any news or rumors. Where are they even situated? What happened to your net? It's not going to be easy to catch fish with a discombobulated net. God, I can't wait until we can zoom in and out. Yeah, there really is like no rumors happening down there. Odd. That's a goblin monastery. A human town. Hold on, what's the name of that? I read that as Board Doke, and I was like, what the heck's a Board Doke? Goblin Fort, human tower. Goblin Fort. It's me. Apparently there's a bunch of goblin forest retreats here. Kind of want those books. Gonna send all 3 squads out. Maybe 2 squads out real quick. I'm gonna send them out to. Whoop, did I just remove the mission? I think I did. Send 2 squads. Don't loot other items, please. I will get beak dogs. From a forest retreat? Probably not. But we'll see. Also in the background, I've installed Phantom Brigade, by the way. Because of your guys' generosity and ability to keep this channel funded. Which means I will probably be one of the only people streaming it who hasn't been paid to play it, from what I can tell. Yeah, it is owned by a Goblin Civ, but that's not really going to change much. The things that they'll have in a location is more based on what happened or what the location happens to be than what's actually in the location. I'm also going to add a bunch of this to here so that they go and grab these. And same with this. Oh boy. Like, commander is fighting with an Emperor Penguin corpse, I think. And it's dead? Nope, they're just agitated Emperor Penguins. Well, that's a shame. Excuse me while we slaughter a bunch of Emperor Penguins. I feel bad. Those poor Emperor Penguins. It's just like... Man, they're not even like giant Emperor Penguins. They're just penguins. They're just penguins. Oh. Easy clap. Yeah, you easy clapped them into a billion pieces. Oh, God, that sucks, dude. Yes, I did in fact trap a forgotten beast with a series of doors. It's a bird that shoots dust or poisonous vapors, I think, and is made of ice. Quite a formidable beast, I would say. Yeah, so I have a series of videos on YouTube called Ideas, and one of them is about trapping beasts with doors. Doors are stupidly busted right now for some reason, and I'm not totally sure why. They're just busted right now. So. And I'm hearing more fighting. Are we fighting with more Emperor Penguins? Oh, no. Heart of the Tiger is apparently punching an albatross corpse. Hold on. I gotta station the military out here. An undead albatross probably killing everybody. I'm sure that this is going just fine. Come on. You can take out this undead, or not undead albatross. You can kill this albatross. It is bleeding and exhausted and unconscious. So just keep kicking it. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Yeah, well, it depends on the item. Because, like, they can still topple coffins and workshops and other things. But yeah, there's something wrong with toppling. Speaking of forgotten beasts, a three-eyed hornet. That's terrifying. Oh, and it's down in the lower layers. Well, it doesn't actually have access to the surface right now. I have it sealed off. That's a giant murder bee. Although I would like to catch it. I would indeed like to catch it. There's still a door on top of that door. Oh. Oh man, that's not gonna get old for a while that there's a door on top of the door. Wasps don't make honey, though. The heck is that sound? So it sounds like something's scratching on my window, but there isn't. All right, so that explains that. It's hailing outside, and the hail is like the size of my thumbnail. Flamingos feeding their young. Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah, literally the size of my thumbnail. Here, I'll see if I can go grab one. Rumble. Holly golly, thanks to raid. It's hailing, but they melt too quickly for me to literally go grab. I could go take a photo, but I'm sure you guys have seen hail before. Holly golly, thank you very much for jumping in with the raid. Raid notices are broken right now, but thank you very much regardless for being the second person to raid me today. At least the shadow command works. It's been, Twitch has been twitching like this for a little bit now. Also, did I spook you or something? Lagushka. Somebody got a cursed, dwarf cursed for toppling a temple in this version. You think the alert of... Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen it happen. But I also very rarely actually have dwarves that are depressed enough to do that. Like, that's kind of an achievement in and of itself at this point. I'll buy that fancy platinum ring. Maybe we can give it to the mayor or something so he quits complaining. This dwarf with the flail is just kind of rad. How's the fort holding up? Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Things are going all right. We're sieging some goblins over at an elven location not too far away right now, so we'll see how that goes when they get back. We're trading currently. Still kind of having some troubles, but things are, going pretty good. We got a baron. This is the baron's bedroom, which I'm quite proud of. That's the baron's tomb up there. And this is the baron's office and dining hall. I think overall the fort is quite pretty, which I'm quite happy about. But we're working on a pump stack down here, which is going to be an automated pump stack, which is going to pump lava up to the surface so that I can melt the goddamn ocean. So, one thing at a time, working there. Vertical design is tight. Hell yeah. Thank you. It appears that Angry Bee has a way into the fort. But I don't see it. I'm just gonna lock this door for right now. Seems like the military's returned. So we have a spoils report. That's a good sign. They went off to the location and snuck in undetected by the monsters of lurching of the inferior midnight, and the forces of the whales of drowning searched Mauve called. And we stole a bunch of books. And we also got 2 wolves, 2 emus, 3 cougars, a wolf, and 3 yak bulls, 3 emus, and a yak cow. All right, we got wolves in the fort, chat. I think we should go raid them. We should go raid them again, shouldn't we? Actually, you know what we should do? We should go raid one of these pits and see what kind of animal. I'm sorry, the goblin pits of hate anger? Who named your pits? Some fucking... And also death hatred. Okay, chat, what's a better name? Hate anger or death hatred? Because both of those sound like mid-2000s like post-hardcore albums. Meanwhile, Stank Evil's over. Livid Maligns. I like these names so much. Death hatred? It doesn't even make any sense. All right, well, I guess we're rating Death Hatred then. That's very funny. Well, they're leaving immediately again. For a small off-the-grid wolf sanctuary for 7 years in Colorado, wolves are so fucking dope. They knew you better than you knew yourself. Wait, really? Emperor Penguin Corpse is fighting. The Lasher Pie Jam lashes the Emperor Penguin Corpse in the head, and the injured part is cloven asunder. I think it's safe to say that fight's over. So we're going to have to breed those wolves, although for right now I'm just putting them in here because convenience. But we are absolutely going to need to breed those wolves, I think. What am I phrasing? Yeah, we got a breeding pair of wolves from that one location we just raided. It's a shame they're not something bigger, but I don't know. I probably won't because that's more of a liability than anything. No, they are not war trainable. I could make them available as pets though, but I do have a breeding pair. I got 2. 3 actually. Yeah, I don't generally war train animals because in my experience I find they tend to just go die. And in a undead biome, like, that's just too much liability for it to really be worth it. What possibly could go wrong? Nothing. I'm pretty sure the giant ones are war trainable, though. If you want kind of a terrifying compilation on that. I mean, even just normal wolves are kind of scary, potentially, if they become undead. Let's bring the military back inside. Apparently there's a book here called The Hidden Meaning of the Trees. Written portion consists of a 52-page guide entitled The Hidden Meaning of the Trees, authored by Olongo Ngamaruxit. It concerns the forest retreat of Mavkald, and the writing is as vicious as can be. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either, and it is coated in fetid slush. How are the not dead going today? I just raided some goblins, and we got some wolves and some cougars. Yeah, I also got some emus and stuff, but those will just get ate. Cougars, not milfs. Very different. It's impossible to forget that I'm, It's impossible to forget that that it's the first of the month. I keep getting all of these random ass, like, emails from companies being like, it's the first of the month. Are you gonna sign up to this thing? It's like, no, I'm not. I'm sorry, what? Did that say Forgotten Beast Corpse? No, but it is fighting with a Crundle corpse. Okay, where's this Forgotten Beast at? No, not that one. Where's the other one? Well, it's not on the map currently, then. It's a bit of a shame. A Dr. Seuss mod? That would be demented in all the right ways. I'd be here for it. I initially thought you were going to say something like doctor, like, for animals, like a veterinarian mod, which it certainly needs. But then I finished reading that. I was like, Dr. Seuss. Yeah, that would be terrifying. I feel like it would actually fit quite well, too. Give us your money? Well, I mean, I just got an email from Spotify asking if I'm going to sign back up. I'm also, like, I got a bunch of different, like, emails about, like, various punk shows and stuff that's happening. I'm just, like, looking at them all. I'm like, some of these I do kind of want to go to, but meh. Probably won't. Not this month. I'm not going to a show until April, aside from the one that I'm going to tomorrow. Going to a show tomorrow and then not going to another one until April. That is enough for my old man body these days. Can't go to too many shows or I just fall apart. Tomorrow's the Real Mackenzies, and then in April is Blackwater Holy Light. Seems like some of them are returning. Let's see how the fight went. Ports once again also seems to have gone well. Snuck in undetected, and we stole some books, as well as copper shields, Gabbro cabinet, Copper battle axe, big dog leather loincloth. Nice, you stole their underwear. 2 iron anvils, those are actually useful. And a polar bear leather armor. Heffalumps and Woozles was... I'm pretty sure that was Dr. Seuss, wasn't it? For the love of the elf. A Star Ruby bound codex. The written portion consists of a 19-page essay entitled For the Love of the Elf, authored by an elf named Fisi. And it concerns the authoring of the Birth of Hates by the elf Fisi in Death Hatred in the mid-autumn of 213. Prose is not awful, but not very good either. That's, huh. You don't know why, but Dr. Seuss works make you kind of iffy, like creepy in a weird contextual sense, and you don't know why. Oh, some of his books are pretty fucking racist. But for whatever that's worth, I don't know. But that also goes for, like, most authors of that time period. There's definitely, like, things that he's written where it's like, But also, like, it's like any art from time and place thing. Some of his books aren't even allowed to be sold here now. Like, okay, so this is a list of books that are considered to be racist that were written by Dr. Seuss, and I'm pretty sure I owned every single one of these growing up. And to think that I saw it on Milbury Street. If I Ran the Zoo, McElligot's Pool, that's one I don't know. On Beyond Zebra, Scrambled Eggs Super, and The Cat's Quizzler. Due to racist imagery. But I don't know. Start with the free version or Steam. You're tight on money, but you're afraid that the free version would be harder to understand. Free version definitely has like certain thing. I'm just waiting for them to collect this cage. The free version certainly will have certain hurdles that you'll need to overcome. I mean, the free version looks like this, right? So if you're good at parsing ASCII and being able to like identify very tiny symbols on a screen, play the free version, no problem. But the free version currently has some limitations, such as it's harder, like you can't mod it in the way that you could mod older versions of the game. So your options for tile sets are significantly more limited. Your like ability as the player to modify the game to have different graphics like isn't in this version of the game just yet for the ASCII versions. And hopefully it gets back in at some point. It probably will, but it'll take time, like anything with Dwarf Fortress. So at this point, like if you're asking my honest opinion, if you're brand new to the game, I would recommend playing the Steam version, the paid version. That being said, don't break your bank, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of a tricky question because which one would I recommend you start with? If you've never played the game before, I would recommend the Steam version, not the free version. But then at that point, it's going to entirely just simply come down to your own ability to understand games like this. I get where you're coming from, but I think that you're also just like reading into a writing style from, you know, a rather long time ago. The world's changed quite a bit, Layagushka. No. Leave. Just spooky sounds. It was rather disappointing. And also, like, when it comes to Dr. Seuss, he was told, okay, you have to write a book, but you can only use 50 words. So he was extremely limited with his verbiage that he could use, which might make it come across strangely. I was hoping to see all kinds of things, but literally nothing happened. This is also a haunted ocean, although it's frozen. So, I mean, if I go back into ASCII, this is a haunted ocean right here. So I'm planning on dumping lava on it, hopefully by the end of today. We're all naming our items now. Hopefully by the end of today so that I can, you know, see if there's anything underneath it, but... Don't worry about... Starter Pack hasn't been relevant for a long time and is even less relevant now, so I wouldn't worry about Starter Pack. The problem is the current version of the game, you can't mod the tile sets. That's the problem. If you are going to download the free version, download the version from their website and just start playing. The Starter Pack used to be used because it was an easy way to swap out tile sets, but that functionality just isn't in the game right now, so it's not needed. It'll unfreeze anything that has lava above it, yeah. It'll unfreeze probably a layer of it. So I would just download the free version from their website and just start playing. I mean, it'll look like this, but it's the exact same game, so I can point you around in the UI and give you help if you need it. Whereas the paid version is just a, like, you know, $40 tile set with music. I just need you guys to leave. There they go. Goodbye, traders. It was nice doing beeswax with you. Now get out the side door. I can lock it. The first one, Tyrant does. This is a trader, not traitor situation. You know, like a con instead of a con situation. It's like, I can hardly believe this versus I can hardly believe this. All right, sweet. We're all sealed up. And we can go back to working on that pump stack. But yeah, generally, like when it comes to things like the starter pack and all that, usually what people are referring to is they're referring to older versions of the game. And if you're going back to an older version of the game, at this point, like, why did you wait so long? Because, like, the older version of the game, it's not going to have mouse support. It's not going to have the new UI. It's not going to have a lot of the things that kept people from playing this game for so long. Like, Dwarf Fortress it's the game that's existed for a really long time, right? But the things that kept people from playing it were the lack of mouse support, the lack of, like, modernized UI, and the lack of built-in graphics. And so if you're going to go back to an older version of the game now, it's like that's almost kind of redundant in my opinion. Of course, some people will disagree with me and say the older versions are superior, but frankly, I disagree with that generally. I think that in almost every aspect, the premium version and version 50 has improved the game mechanically. It has its problems, but Dwarf Fortress has always had its problems, and anybody who disagrees with that is kind of just seeing through a bit of rose-tinted glasses, I think. So I'm going to pump lava up to the Second highest layer, and we're gonna make a big old reservoir. And then we're probably going to move my metalworks industry to that. How's your dwarf faring? Give me a second. I'm just kind of going until I run out of dugout zones. But these dwarves can just go work on all this. Appears that the hail has stopped. I've stopped hearing the clinking and scratching sounds against my window. That was quite a lot of hail. It's funny, in Vancouver we either just get rain or we get all of the weather. It's like it'll be sunny, snow, hail, like rain, windy, thunderstorm in 24 hours. So, chat, I got a question. A couple weeks ago, everybody here was very excited for Kerbal, which is... Someone's shouting real loudly outside. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go peek my head out the window and see if somebody's dying outside or if that's a weird sound. There's definitely somebody shouting outside, but I don't think anybody's dead. Is it possible to build a pump stack through an aquifer? Yeah, it's just slow and tedious. You have to like remove every piece of the aquifer all the way around, which is what I did. I'm currently building back up through an aquifer actually once I get to layer minus 30. But anyway, since a lot of people here were very excited for Kerbal, and I think that that disappointed a lot of people because people expected that game to be further along than it was. What have you guys gone back to? What have you guys been playing, chat? This is streamer going, I'm doing possibly the least interesting thing you could possibly do in Dwarf Fortress right now. So I need something to talk about. If anybody's actually... But I will say this. This is an unpopular opinion. If you're actually surprised about Kerbal being an unfinished mess on launch, you got overhyped. But let's find Umbra. Where's your dwarf fats? There you are. You're kind of upset. You've been happier, but I've also made the dwarves do a lot of outside time recently, which is enough to piss anybody off. You're hauling tetrahedrite. I think I need to make new clothing. All of your clothes are kind of getting... Need to get away from here and wander the world. It's boring. Yeah, I feel like me and like people who stream the game full time are like the only people who are not surprised that Kerbal's a mess on launch. Like obviously it's Kerbal. So for me, Kerbal is biggest I told you so moment of 2023. But generally you're doing okay. You never feel discouraged. Most recent thoughts are you got attacked by the dead and you're horrified reliving that, which is pretty rough. I wouldn't like wish that on anybody, so. It's just, Kerbal is very much like Dwarf Fortress, except they're actually selling it as like a commercial product, which is strange. Or rather, it was a lot more like... Kerbal 1 was a lot like Dwarf Fortress. Kerbal 2, maybe not so much, but... Welcome back, Brooklyn. How do you satisfy that need? What, wander? Give them a library. Unless they like fighting, in which case put them in the military and then send them out to go raid things. It's one of those two. It's literally just like give them a library to go study in. They want to learn about the world. It's quite simple, really. Kick them out? I mean, you could. I'm not going to. I, for one, know how to take care of my dwarves, so why would I kick them out? I'm right here. Yeah, you might as well just, like, at Umbra Eternia and be like, kick him out! I'll be like, no. Now that I don't know about. For me, the be with family one is like the most common cause of just permanently broken, unfixable dwarves. As a permanently broken, unfixable mess of a human being, I tend to believe that I like it when dwarves are like me, and when they're sad that they can't be around friends or family, it's like, yep, that's just relatable. Anyway, then just move on and try and compensate for other things, because, like, not every dwarf needs every need satisfied to be happy. They only need about half of them. So generally what I do is, like, if I see a dwarf that's just like, oh, I'm sad because I can't be with family, it's like, all right, let's see if I can just give you a job that you like. Or I'm sad because I, you know, can't wander. It's like, well, we have no books, so here, go do this other thing that you like. Like, just try and overcompensate with what you do have instead of what you can't get. Just like real life, you know? It's like, I will never be able to drive a car and go on a road trip, even though that's something I like doing. So instead of doing that, I just buy more records. So, yeah, go steal some books to compensate. But this is Dwarf Fortress, not real life information, I swear. Don't go stealing shit. Yeah, exactly. Your first 7 get warped into existence just for the purposes of the game, and then none of them have family. Casual Elephant, how's things been, man? How's the life of streaming full-time been while you're in between work? It's actually kind of interesting how often that's becoming like a common trend amongst people. It's just the, what are you doing right now? Oh, just streaming full-time until I get a real job again. Been enjoying it immensely. Well, that's good. That's the most important bit, right? Make a little bit of side money while still not going totally bankrupt. I'm building a pump stack and wishing I was dead because it's a very big pump stack. But I'm going to use it to clean the surface. A freelance developer, a lot less stressful. Yeah. You know, I don't understand why anybody would want to be a freelance developer when you could be a paid lance developer. It sounds way cooler. And you get paid for the process instead of being free. You know, out of all the jokes I've told today, that's probably my weakest. To at least pay rent? Yeah. Yeah. And you can just, like, scream at the audience and be like, hey, I know that it might sound like a lot, but I need this $100 to pay rent. Chat, no, I don't. It's fine. Please don't give me $100. But... What? Either way, you get a lance. Just saying. Either way, you get a lance. Speaking of lances, some migrants have arrived. Shark jumping walrus. Do you have a dwarf in the fort currently? Or should I just, like, disable that function? I think you might. Oh, nope. Maybe your dwarf died. All right, so what kind of dwarf would you like? 'Cause apparently your dwarf is dead. Your favorite line you've seen in Songs of Six for a way you could be a better ruler is, "I'm not a racist," but there's a lot of things in that game where it's just like, well, the optimal thing I could do right now is order the mass execution of an entire species in my city. It's like, how do I fix this problem? Execute all the humans. Oh. That's Songs of Six in a nutshell. As a paid Lance developer, I'm bored of making other people's stupid ideas. Word. I feel you there. I've never been a freelance developer, but I feel you there. Are there any fisher dwarves? So there's nowhere to fish in this fortress by design. I do have two fish cleaners for some reason, but I'm not allowing anybody to fish because fishing is basically a death sentence in this fort. It's hard to get motivations to build your own stupid ideas after spending all day making other people's stupid ideas. Yep. Like that one time I made a great game for a client and as they wanted, but then they told you add NFTs to it. Wait, actually? Wouldn't you need to like be making it with NFTs from the ground up? That's like, so somebody I know has been job hunting, right? For a while now. And he works in like community management spaces. We'll take the top fish cleaner. Okay. So Esmil. He works in like community management, right? And he's worked for several video games companies, some corporations, and some other things over the years. And he's been seeking jobs, and he keeps posting pictures of like the job offers that he's getting, and it's all just like everything is Web3. It's either Web3 or AI, and he's just like, okay, so do I live off of like ramen for another month? Or do I take this soul-sucking job for this twat who really wants to tell people that, like, Web3 is great, and then, like, realizes, oh, they only pay in Polygon. All right, anyway. Asmil, the fish cleaner. Asmil Vessel Glove. 93 years old, and she has an incredibly calm demeanor, and she dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She relies on the advice of others and during decision making, and she is grounded in reality, and she is a perfectionist. She is a bit stingy with resources when working on projects. She tends to expend any extra effort, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she rarely feels discouraged, and she does not often feel lustful, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is often cheerful and not particularly curious about the world, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to think before acting and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, I follow, why am I blanking on her name? It's like, I should know the name of the person who runs Web3 is going great. I should know this. Molly White. There you go. She's a good Twitter / Mastodon / other social media platform you use. Follow. She's a good follow. Personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Sees sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and does not really value skills related to fighting and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes claystone, trifle pewter, green jade, giant wombat tooth, jackal bone, and osprey parchment, bracelets and chains, in the words of the berries of Saturnity, and when possible, prefers to consume gigantic panda, a rare delicacy, flounder and blackberry wine, and quinoa seeds and grapes, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. all the things. Description-wise, she has a protruding round bronze eyes that are incredibly close set. She has a round chin and somewhat tall head is broad. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her first finger on her left hand is gone. And she has pale top skin that's wrinkled. She's covered in scars, and most of them jagged. And her eyelashes are short, and her hair is dark brown with some gray. I've never seen bamboo or pandas in Dwarf Fortress. I've seen were-pandas, and I've seen panda people, but I've never seen pandas. Let's claim a stoneworker's shop. Seems to be booking it off to go grab stuff. It's koalas and pandas that just amuse me to no end in Dwarf Fortress because they're the two animals that tend to go extinct before world gen ends because they run out of food. It's like, I love it when art mimics reality. It's just too funny. It's like, ah, yes, so like real life, right? They go extinct because they run out of food. Got it. Koalas in real life are a very confusing species. It's like, how did you get this far? It's like all of those creatures. Okay, so bear with me for a second here, and if you're terrified about things living on you, you might want to plug your ears for the next, I don't know, 2 minutes. So there's a species of like microbe that lives on our face as humans. They only live on our faces, and they've actually evolved to the point where they can't walk or move. They just sit implanted in your chin and eat dead skin. They live there for like 72 hours until they die. But the best part is, the way that they've evolved to the point where they can't actually excrete waste, and they only live for about 48 hours. So they die due to extreme constipation. So the entire time that you are alive on Earth, there are things living on your face that simply eat until they explode. This is information I've had rattling around in my brain now for a couple of months. And I've never fully known how to, like, just expose other people to it. But there you go. Now you are aware. That's why your dog licks your chin all the time. Probably. And that's why you need to wash your face every morning, chat. It's because the thing is their anuses are really small. For the longest time, scientists thought that they don't poop. And they still only live for 48 hours, and they do die by exploding, though. So, the truth is even funnier. I agree with chat. I'm still like 98% correct, though. Why are you looking at microbe assholes? Ask the scientists that. So, like, one of the things that my mom had to do when she was doing like biology and like fish and wildlife studies.
Back from shopping.
Welcome back, and thanks for the $4.75. I are stupid. One of the things my mom had to do was count the number of hairs in flies' armpits. So, staring at microbes' assholes isn't that weird. If you think about it. That's a good episode of Futurama. Like, I don't say that about a lot of episodes of TV, but that's a good episode of Futurama. Flies have armpit hair? According to my mom, yeah. And according to my mom, it was not fun to count them. It is barely able to catch its prey, and notably missing even the slowest mealworms and multiple times. Huh. There's what's it called? I mean, that's kind of how I feel about blue-tongued skinks. Like, I do wonder, it's like, how do you survive in the wild? They are so slow. They are like their whole concept of defense is I'm just gonna dig a hole and hide in it. Do they grow beards too? Now, I'm pretty sure that flies do not grow beards, but I also can't speak for all species of flies because, frankly, I don't actually know. I love how out of everything that I said there, you're just like, wait, flies have armpit hair? But yeah, no, there's like something to do with, they were doing a study in UBC where one type of fly was invasive and had twice as many hairs on average in their armpit than the non-invasive ones, and they were trying to figure out how to get rid of the invasive species. I don't know. And before my mom's watching the stream right now, and she goes, Craig, you're all wrong. They were actually like... Anyway.
I really don't like advertisement on my Dwarf stream crypt beer.
Neither do I. And honestly, if I could pay Twitch to completely disable them, I would. But unfortunately, I don't have the option. So the option is either don't show ads and then don't show up in any of Twitch's recommended algorithms, or show ads and then just apologize profusely whenever people get annoyed. What was I saying when you dropped off, Adam? Because I can just restart. Hackers is a very good documentary about how computer work. I support this statement. Something about digging a hole. I generally just dig holes. Yeah, we were talking about flies and armpit hair. I'm not sure where the holes came in. You know, I've never seen a single second of NCIS. Like, I've only ever seen advertisements for NCIS. I've seen other, like, fake cop shows like that, but I've never seen that particular one. But yeah, invasive flies, armpit hair, fun times. For 2 hackers, 1 keyboard scene. So what you're telling me is it's very accurate. To counter hack a hacker at the same time. Is that to like increase the words per minute, having 2 of them typing at the same time? Well, at the very least, you're getting the good Google searches out of the way, right? Why am I clicking on an image from Fine Art America of a fly? Yeah, that fly definitely has mandibles and a beard. Thanks for making me full screen a giant image of a fly in my monitor. Thanks, Pablo. Flies can have beards. Flies are dwarves IRL. Any questions? I don't think I know what you're talking about, Broccoli. As far as I can tell, all of those shows are the same show, though. Contract. I'm trying to think, what was the one that I saw? Because I definitely watched a whole bunch of episodes of a cop show when I was sofa surfing. I mean, yeah, they're basically sitcoms. They're like sitcoms, except it's like a cop whodunit. It was Murder Something. It might also have been one of those ones that's only on like Canadian television. All right, Googling murder TV shows. This is gonna be good. Maybe I should look up cop TV shows. That might get me further. Criminal Minds is the one I was thinking of. No, not Murder, She Wrote. I have seen that, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Criminal Minds was the one I was thinking of. Law and Order? You know, that's another show I've never seen a single second of, but like could point at it if you gave me a screenshot of it. Great show? I don't know about that. Wow, Tendinitis flared up. Hello. Can you fuck off? We're good? Blah, blah, blah. Has anybody here seen the Hitman movie? Because there's a scene in that movie where there's a kid playing Halo, and it's very much like still screenshots of Halo, except the sound effects going on in the background is just pew, 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 and it's like stuck in my brain with like one of the worst scenes I've ever seen in a movie. Oh, that's why there's like depressed dwarves. Okay, that explains that. I never let my migrants in. I'm a bad person. There's a few of them out there. It's like, why is the number of depressed dwarves going up? That explains it. Because licensing is the reason. It's the same reason there's that epic scene in Breaking Bad. I need to take my headphones off for a minute until this fucking tinnitus goes down. There's this scene in Breaking Bad where Jesse is playing Rage, as in the id Software classic Rage. Him, the ghostly mechanic. Okay. And in that episode, he's playing it like a light gun game, like he's holding up a toy gun and going at the monitor or at the TV. And I don't know what the footage is of the game. It looks sort of like knockoff House of the Dead that somebody mocked up in 10 minutes in Unity. Followed by like him playing a light gun game, followed by the logo of Rage at the end of it. It's very strange. But yeah, it's generally just licensing is the reasoning behind them not just using the actual game. And then it turns into a paid ad. I mean, I don't know. I didn't make the movie. I couldn't tell you. I don't know how many more dwarves I'm waiting on, so I'm just gonna kind of... Thor and Korg playing Fortnite. Yeah, I don't know. I think that video games in movies is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like, it's generally awful, right? Video game representation in film. But anyway, in regards to ads, Gamel Camel, thank you very much for that Prime. It means a lot. And sorry to anybody who gets caught in ads. If you complain enough, you might just get sniped with a gift sub. I really kind of wish that I could just disable all of it, but Twitch kind of has us by the back teeth with this whole thing. It's like, hey, do you want to get any support from Twitch whatsoever? Well, yeah. Then in that case, you very much better. As you are, you very much better show ads. Like, I already get, like, no support from Twitch. I actually had this weird realization recently, which was the last actual feature I got from Twitch where, like, Twitch promoted me in some way. Because, like, I feel like every single time I blink, like, one of my friends or somebody that I know is getting some sort of, like, tweet or something from Twitch. The last time I got promotion from Twitch was before I was a Twitch partner. So long ago. It was a very long time ago now. Why is there just like a gap there with nothing? Weird. Yeah, except I know tons of people that constantly get support from Twitch. Tons of people. Yep, exactly. Umbra's hit the nail on the head with the video games in movies thing. The most recent appearance of a video game in a movie that I seem to remember, well, not a movie, but it was a TV show. There's House of Cards. Strange head actor in that movie, or TV show rather. But there's a good few scenes in House of Cards where like Spacey's character, whatever his name is just like unironically playing a PlayStation Vita with like real games on it and shit. It was like, what? Okay, first off, Vita? Second, really? You don't strike me as the visual novel kind of guy, but I guess PlayStation did throw some marketing money at that thing. You don't know if they're paid ads? Oh, they were probably paid ads, yeah. Let's keep going up, keep going up, keep going up, keep going up. And we're gonna have to double this up. But fortunately, we'll only need to build this once. Yeah, for a while there, I had a friend during the pandemic who was pestering me to watch these K-pop shows. Or, like, K-dramas, basically. And I watched a couple of them. I started watching one of them. And I watched the pilot for 2 others. One of them, I made it, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 episodes in. They were, like, hour-long episodes. Pandemic was going on. There was nothing else to do. And very quickly, I decided that I was going to stop watching them and never watch them again because they're so chock full of crappy mobile game ads. And it'll be like main character's talking to other main character. And then he's just like on phone, doing thing on phone. Camera goes over shoulder, lingers directly on phone with him spending money on a thing. And then dropping units into a thing. And then it's like name of game. sometimes even a QR code to sign up, and then they look back at the camera and say, I love playing insert name game here, and then go back to the plot. It's like, I don't understand how humans watch this shit. I'm gonna go back to Netflix, where at least they don't do this. But then again, you know, I also watch Formula One, which is just like completely plastered with fucking fancy watches and various other dumb ads. I really should dig around in this layer and get more of that pink rock out of there, because it's pretty, whatever it's called. Quartzite, that's it. I mean, but they do that with like everything in those shows. Everything. It'll be like random coffee brand. Camera just lingers on the coffee brand for like a minute. Sips the coffee. Goes back to talking to the main character. It's like there's like a 5 to 10 second awkward pause, linger on brand logo, and then what feels like an ad in the middle of a normal show that has ads in it anyway. It is bizarre. And like every single K-drama I tried watching was exactly like that. Every single one of them. It's 10 a.m. I'm tired. I sleep. Thanks, streamer. 10 a.m.? Well, good day. You have a good day's sleep, friend. Thanks for hanging out. How soap operas used to be? I've never actually watched a soap opera, so they're probably still that way. I would bet. I don't think they've changed much. I've literally never seen a single second of a soap opera in my entire life, so I would assume they are still that way. It pays the bills. We're getting close on one side. Then we just need to do the other side. Beer. I read that as Bear of the Week. I was like, what the hell is a Bear of the Week? And then I was thinking Fat Bear Week. Fat Bear Week is good viral marketing, I'll have you know. Fat Bear Week is excellent viral marketing, and more people should watch Fat Bear Week. Well, I mean, at the very least, it's like... Well, I mean, actually, here's an example. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters was paid multiple millions of dollars, and by Ghostbusters, I mean like the original Ghostbusters movie. Multiple millions of dollars so that every single character in that entire movie is just chain smoking for the entirety of it. Like, that entire movie is like one giant fucking cigarette ad, and and then don't even bother thinking about, like, it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, you know? Like, that whole movie is just a giant ad placement. Really. Like, I love the Ghostbusters, but it's that whole movie's an ad placement. It's a good ad. Oh, Was the Gillette Man Razor in the Game Awards a good ad? Because, like, that's about the same level. Let me grab there you go. This guy at the Game Awards. Okay, I can get, come on, Google, you can give me a higher resolution image than that. Sorry, no, not Gillette. The Schick Hydro Man, there you go. That's a pretty good ad. Also, quote, if Tyler 1 is insane, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Lyagushka. I mean, clearly that's the Schick Hydro Man that made an appearance at the Game Awards 2016 posing with Kojima. That's That's obviously what that is. I mean, what else could it possibly be? God, I would totally play a Schick Hydro Man game. That's such a weird sentence to say out loud. Add that to the list of things I didn't think I'd say today. No, my sponsor shtick is Crypt Brewing, ! Merch in chat for a link to purchase this probably too expensive t-shirt with a cool brewery logo based on the round of beers shtick in my chat. So if you like posting a round of beers in chat and would like to remind people in real life that the beers never end, for $34.99 or your regional equivalent, because it's got back printing and shoulder printing, which is what makes it expensive, you too could walk around sporting the beers never end shirt. Someone already said that they're going to wear it at work, which I think is kind of fantastic. I'm such a me shill, yes. Speaking of shilling, this dwarf Vacker the Miner has created Unrunulau, a marble armor stand, and claims it as a family heirloom. Before I do that, though, I'm going to go see if there's any other bodies that need memorializing. There's so many, like, headstones popping up. This is a pretty valuable marble armor stand. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut red zircons and decorated with pond grabber leather and water buffalo leather. And this object menaces with spikes of sandstone. Whoops. I can, see what I'm thinking. This object menaces with spikes of sandstone. And where was I? With spikes of sandstone and grizzly bear leather and silver and dogbone. On the item is an image of forgotten beast in marble. On the item is an image of dwarves in marble. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Waterlungs by the whales of drowning of the accidental sealing. In the early spring of 250, on the item is an image of Rishima Shinbowel. Don't tell me about your shin bowels, chat. Shinbowel the goblin and a tiger in coyote leather. The tiger is striking down Shinbowel. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Shinbowel by the tiger in the murky sea in the late summer of 253 during Vurukok Nigasmuk. The image, and on the item is an image of Cheerful Voice, the fury of owning a siltstone crown in black bear leather. I'm going to go place this in the military training area. Suck my Eurocock! 5K what's? Did someone just invest 5K or something? And lose it all, I think? See, that's a very different thing. All right. Well, let's just go through and unsuspend everything that's been suspended in here. We'll just follow a dwarf that's constructing stuff. Ghost has been put to rest. Oh, 5,000 value. Oh, okay. I didn't even look at the value. That is a pretty decently valued item, though. And the siege operator's been put to rest, which is good. You know what? I'm not even gonna worry about it, like Gushka. Not even gonna worry about it. I haven't said this enough today. Chat room, I just want to take a moment for myself and also for all of you to just give yourself a pat on the back because you've decided to watch this stream today. And thank you very much for the 234 people who've tuned in, which, by the way, is also the most people I've had tune into a stream in, I don't know, in like 5 days pretty much. So thank you. Everybody's hanging out today. Maybe this is around the numbers we'll stabilize at, because this is pretty consistent for the past few weeks. So maybe we finally hit the point where we're just going to average. Ah, that's concerning. There's a zombie in the garbage pit. I'm going to pull the lever, crush the zombie in the garbage pit. You're cooking risotto and have nothing else to do for 30 minutes? Fuck yeah, dude. I might make brownies tonight. There's an angry right hand of a bug bat and this dwarf just sitting here. They're both kind of upset. All right. They are no longer an issue, which means we can finally haul that out of there and get the rest of these bodies dealt with. Brownies, yes. No, not magic brownies, just brownies. I have everything to make brownies, and I kind of want brownies, so. I don't like making homemade edibles unless it's for somebody else. Not that I actually have anything against edibles. Edibles are kind of great, but I like to know exactly how much drugs I'm putting into me. And homemade edibles makes that very difficult. They make your midsection swell up? Ah, okay, I gotcha. You made banana bread yesterday? I haven't made banana bread in a while. I made banana bread when I was in Quebec. This is the most depressed dwarves I've had in this fort in maybe ever. This floor looks like a human holding a big shield and a bent sword. Depends on if they happen to, like, be in the cupboard or not for me. Because it's pumping a lot of temperatures up. Like, so if we're talking, like, pumping lava, it's probably temperature. Like, my frame rate is going to tank when I pump lava onto the surface because it's cold up on the surface and lava hot. Apparently, an anonymous individual is gifting out a single limited edition t-shirt. And if you would like to enter to win a t-shirt, ! Enter in chat. You'll have to pay a portion of shipping, but it should be pretty cheap. And depending on where you are, it might actually just be free. But ! Enter if you would like to win a t-shirt. It doesn't need to be all caps or anything. Not case sensitive. But thank you very much, Anonymous. It's very kind of you. But yeah, the reason pump stacks, especially if they're lava pump stacks, hit frame rate so heavily is because of temperature. If you pump enough lava to the surface, no, because the air coming in from the edges of the map is always going to be cool. The funny thing is, Umbra, I don't actually know, but if it was you, then thank you. your first message is going to be for a giveaway? Well, see, here's the thing. Only me and mods see that. You didn't have to say anything, and I wouldn't have called you out for it. Papu. Papo? There was one person whose first message ever was to enter in a giveaway for a mug, and they won, so. I mean, I would still go for it if you're given the opportunity. Pablo Rasta Shiny. Congratulations. You have acquired a giveaway for a t-shirt. And shoutouts to Anonymous once again. We're slowly continuing this. Did you just get an anonymously gifted sub from a channel that you're not watching? I had to turn that feature off so because there was one person who got weirdly obsessed with gifting me subs to Amaranth. So I completely disabled the function that let people do that. It was like literally every single time the sub would run out, like to the day I'd get gifted another one. It happened like 4 or 5 times, and I was like, you know what, fuck this shit. Which, admittedly, respect for the consistency, but also, come on, man. I don't want to be subbed to Amaranth. I'm good. What did you just win? So if you scroll up, Pablo, click on this link, and then link it with your Twitch account. Yes, the grain. Definitely the grain. You know, it was kind of funny. I was joking about starting an OnlyFans just for pictures of my houseplants. But in order to do that, I would have to acquire a few Amaranth plants. Amaranth is the one, I think she's the biggest lady streamer on Twitch. She's very famous for sitting in hot tubs. She's actually pretty chill as a person, but like her content isn't really the kind of thing I go after. Not a vile mug, no. It was a t-shirt. Work is work. Yeah. Only ferns, damn right! Between two ferns with blind IRL, let's go. How goes Waterlungs? Shirt just got given away, but we are going upwards. I've acquired some wolves. I don't know what's more concerning. One, that you've looked that up. Or, like, I mean, plenty of people live 30 minutes away from plenty of people, right? But why do you know that? And then there's me sitting here going, like, I know that about Linus Tech Tips, but that's because I fucking recognized the guy when I first started seeing his videos. Can you really get it in 5XL? Fiance would love it as a nightie. I'm assuming you can. If it's listed, you can get it in a 5XL. Yeah, you can get it in a 5XL. Although it's funny, it's like $10 more in 5XL. Wade Master Game, what's up? I guess there's a lot more fabric. Yeah, mo fabric, mo problems. Well, to give you an idea, when I go to YouTube, if I go to, what's the most recent VOD that wasn't uploaded this morning? This is, prepare for flashbang chat. This is, how much the last VOD I uploaded of this series got. $8.21. So yeah, it helps. I actually get a lot of watch time. Like, people watch a lot of these. Some people unsub, and then some people sub, and they get some views, and it's okay. The part ones do a little better. Like, I think part 1 of Waterlungs... Actually, how much did part 1 of Waterlungs make? Let's find out. Part 1s tend to do the best. Okay, yeah. 7,800 hours of view time and $45. Yeah, and that's why I upload them, because they tend to do all right. We're all naming our shields now. It's a lot of monies? Not really. What's the recording and editing time on average? For those, 0. I click export at the end of a stream. For one of the Community Fortress videos, 15 to 30 minutes per video, and they make like $5 to $6 generally. But I mean, I don't have an average for you. I couldn't tell you. It depends on the video. Whereas like this video, which made $16, took me like a full day's work to make. So, you know. YouTube doesn't pay a lot. It's kind of that simple. $1.93 times more material than medium. I mean, I'm a medium. I'm a normal t-shirt medium is my size, so. Oh, I know, but trust me, it's not that much more. Only if you get caught. Hardly dirt. Wasn't that a YouTuber, Layagushka? Pretty sure I've seen that dude's videos recommended to me before. And pretty sure I watched like 10 seconds and was like, I don't think this guy's funny. And then went on with my day. Elsewise, these knives would obey the written laws of our land. Okay. Yeah, asking me that question is like a trap. On a good day, I'm mildly depressed. So, how's my week been? Pretty low, not the best. I've been in a lot of pain. I have a lot of crap that I need to do outside of stream, which I don't like talking about. I get to go to a concert tomorrow night, which I'm excited about, which should be nice. I really want to go camping. It's been too long since I've been outside. Was supposed to hang out with a friend, but that got canceled, so that didn't end up happening because we got like 60 centimeters of snow in a day and a half. So yeah, pretty boring. Not much. I've kind of felt like shit on and off for the past 4 days. Yeah, I don't know. Asking me that question is almost always a trap for a negative response. Because the answer is almost never positive. Yep, this is true. Killer, this is true. And this is just tedium. This is like the least interesting thing I could be doing in Dwarf Fort right now. Building a pump stack. Oh, I go to concerts by myself all the time. You think I'm going to a concert with people tomorrow? That's kind of funny. The next 2 concerts I'm going to alone, actually. Although I do actually have tickets to go see a concert with other people. TwitchCon's happening in Vegas this year, and I'm going, and me and a bunch of friends managed to snag tickets to When We Were Young, so I get to see fucking Green Day at TwitchCon, which is funny. But, yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be a good time. I'm actually just excited to see Yellowcard, which is going to be nice, because I really like Yellowcard. You're waiting to see Pumpy return in this fort? Well, I'd have to make a pump and then forget to turn it off. So, I haven't done that yet. You know they wrote more than one song, right? But yes, that is a song by Yellowcard. I mean, you can absolutely make patterns with water pumps. Or the world's greatest mayor. I mean, maybe we should do like a gremlin mug like branding crossover diamond. 100% of funds go towards funding Gremlin's mayoral campaign or something. I should actually do a gremlin mug, shouldn't I? I'm sure I'm gonna. We'll just get sued by the, very famous hit film franchise Gremlins. I don't know how much Gabber I got lying around, but let's find out. 274, plenty. I don't remember anything from Streets of Rogue. So I don't know. Is he? I played that game once and beat it once and haven't touched it since. And that was... yes, but that's why I'm going to seal up the diagonals. I have to build it first. I last played Streets of Rogue July 3rd, 2019. Wow. It was a long time ago. Oh, also, you know what's something I am excited for? Brigador has announced that Brigador Killers is going to be getting a itch.io demo soon, which I'm very excited for. That's one of my most anticipated games. Just construct the things without the space. But then the jobs will just sit there and cancel themselves constantly. Like, I could do that, but they would just cancel themselves. But yeah, I'm going to have to fill in, like, the stairway up and down. Yeah, that's going to have to get sealed off. Yeah, you could do that, Berkeley. You could do that. Yeah, no, this setup is going to go all the way up to the surface. And then pump lava onto the surface. What's the purpose of having 2 pumps per level? It pumps faster than 1. Twice as fast, in fact. If we use gremlin and not gremlins, I think we'll be fine. I mean, if you just want to spin up your own store and use the gremlin for mayor brand, I'm totally down to support you in that, Diamond. But if you want me to do something, I could probably make something happen. Because it kind of was your whole shtick, so. I don't want to take your idea and run with it, I suppose. Just remember, chat, if any of you guys saw that vote gremlin live stream countdown for the day Dwarf Fortress came out on Steam, that was largely Diamond's brainchild. Diamond came up with that. And it had like 600 concurrent viewers by the end of it, which is hysterical and also kind of fantastic. That was a good day. That was a really good day. Like, you want to ask me about good days? The day Dwarf Fortress launched was a pretty good day. You had 2 crashes today trying to set up farms. I can't say I've encountered that. And I also can't say I've heard anybody comment on that happening. That's weird. I mean, I still kind of credit you for my channel doing as well as it did on the initial few days, Diamond. Because that, like, held us at the #1 spot for the first, like, 4 hours of the game being out. That's why you have the VIP badge, man. Might not always have a sub badge, but man, you've helped this channel out more than a lot of people have. You and Aqua. Hey, Blood Odin. Thanks for lurking. Could just use the clear glass blocks. Yeah, we'll do a few of those. Just to queue these up. Yeah, what I would do is just save, like, constantly for a little bit. And if it doesn't fix itself, then jump back 1 season's worth of autosave if you have seasonal autosaving on. And hope that fixes it. Because in my experience, it probably should. Well, I got some disorderly conduct. Part of the tiger apparently is tantrumed and has injured some people, so we're going to schedule him to admit his wrongdoings and also convict him of crimes. Gonna try that tomorrow. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody else report that. But then again, there's plenty of bugs in Dwarf Fortress people haven't reported. Try and figure out how what are you trying to do, Umbra? I missed the pitch of the mod in the first place if you typed it in. Hey, Gum. How's things? Right. What metals and alloys are you trying to add? Because there was a... There was a older mod. There was a mod that like attached to like locked into DF hack as part of a like a launcher thing that added in like 12 different types of materials. But there's also like already some ores and alloys mods on the workshop, so it makes it harder to figure out. What I'm thinking of? This is 8 years ago. Yeah, this is the one. This is one of the ones that I'm thinking of. Which is funny because a lot of these are actually in the game now. That's one of the ones that I was thinking of. But there's another one that had a launcher associated with it that I'm not seeing now. Thanks, Steam version, for making Googling old Dwarf Fortress mods way harder. Well, thank you, Paxmac. I've been told this for years, and I never quite knew how to respond to it, but something that people have always said to me is, you don't really go out of your way to look for Blind IRL's streams, but once you find it, it's pretty hard to leave. And some people just, like, hate the way I talk and don't like my humor and don't like the way I communicate with an audience and just think I'm a, like, not nice person, and they tune out pretty quickly. And then there's people who just, like, kind of stick around forever, it seems like. I guess is why I've had a career this long, and why I'm still here and so many other channels aren't. Because it may not be the highest quality stream. I may not be the most entertaining person, but I'm consistent. Even if it's only mostly 3 days a week these days. If my body hadn't fallen apart in 2020,
Thumbs up,
I'd
light
be here
skin
more.
tone. Thumbs up, light skin tone.
It's thumbs up, light skin tone. Thanks, Blood Odin, for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. You watch everything at work? Hell yeah. Standalone metals and an additional 4 more possible as alloys. Well, I mean, the classic one that everybody complains about is uranium. Which, I don't know what you'd actually... Nah, it's fine. The lady reads all of it. Right? So if you're putting in a thumbs up, it's gonna read the whole thing. I wonder if I actually made enough glass pipes and stuff. Got 34 left. We're getting there. Well, I mean, just because it's uranium doesn't mean it needs to be explosive.
Cheese for everyone.
Thank you very much for the $1. I are stupid. You are very kind. Bauxite not being bauxite's aluminum ore? Huh. I mean, if dwarves can handle lead, why can't they handle a little bit of radioactivity? I mean, come on. Dwarves is toughs. Also, apparently I have gold. I was actually kind of unaware of this. I mean, just know that glass is just as strong as anything else goes.
UHUUL.
Uhul. Mass Morass. Thank you very much for that Prime sub for a second month. Welcome back. It's almost a train. Close-ish. Don't mind checking if your dwarf is still around. You haven't been around the past week or so. Let's see. And if you were in the military, let me know, because I'll have to specifically look for that. If you weren't in the military, you are dead. If you were in the military, you might still be alive. You was in the military? Okay. Ex-casual? Yeah, because they lose their names constantly. Ages. Because nobody's died in the military, I can tell you that. Gregor, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Okay, so you probably are still alive. But I'm wondering if I derped and didn't give you a custom roll, because I don't see a custom roll with your name. Like, you should be in here.
Woot woot.
Thanks for the $1, Giraffe. Man, I really wish I was better about this. Yeah, because I've lost nobody from the military, so you're one of these unnamed dwarves. Which kind of sucks. Well, then you're probably this dwarf then. If you were one of the militia captains, you're probably this one. That's not how you spell Zenatsu. Broccoli's still there, yeah. Captain. You're currently watching a biting demonstration. Never becomes angry, extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He's grounded in reality and can only rarely feel strong cravings or urges. I can tell you for a fact, I haven't lost a single military dwarf. So, personally finds the idea of sacrifice to be of the height of folly, greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and, likes Kimberlite, zinc, Morian, Reacher leather, armadillo shell, male shirts, and hatch covers, and sheep for their tendency to flock, and lions for their roars, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume fire imp and dwarven cheese, and chichery and blackberry wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. So what happens is there's an issue with military in this version of the game. Somewhere they broke how nicknames are assigned to dwarves. When dwarves get notable kills, it adds to a quiet counter behind the scenes that will eventually give them a title, which changes their name. And for some reason, when they get notable kills, it just erases their nickname for some reason. And either this albatross or this zombie polar bear man that you killed, one of those erased your nickname. As far as which one goes, I don't know which one did that, but one of them did that. Like this, Nut Droplet, the zombie giant snowy owl. Can you eat fire imp? It's pretty spicy, I would assume. But chat room, thank you very much for that little choo-choo train. For anybody who's wondering, the plan for the rest of the stream is we're going to be doing probably another 30, 40 minutes of dwarfs, and then we will be diving into Phantom Brigade. Nut Droplet is a name, yeah. We're about to get hit by ads, but I'm just going to be reading dwarves' descriptions for the next minute. Okay, where's Brookley? There's Brookley. You have 5 kills. You killed a zombie Kia man, a zombie dwarf, 2 emperor penguins, and an emperor penguin. You are a bad person. You killed emperor penguins. Admittedly, they were agitated emperor penguins. But you're still a bad person. Those poor penguins, they did nothing wrong. I think we need to make new clothing for everybody. You have almost no friends. You have an incredibly calm demeanor. And your most recent memory is you felt gratitude remembering receiving food. Yeah, Phantom Brigade. Which is a game that I bought earlier today because of chat that I want to play really bad, that I've been excited for a very long time, that was in early access on Epic for like a year and a half, 2 years. Fight Attack, thanks for the 10 bucks.
Thank you for this chill stream I keep coming back to.
Well, thank you for continuing to show up. It means a lot. Why do the penguins have multiple emperors? Is there like okay, do you guys know Shitty Ask Science? The subreddit where you ask dumb questions and people give wrong answers? I want somebody to make a Shitty Ask Biology or like Shitty Ask Zoology or something, but like for animals, so people can be like, wait, like, yeah, I want that. Nutty Wombat! What kind of dwarf would you like? Dead tired? Use sleep, snooze, good. We'll seize, use laters. You got one! Do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? A milk quartz coffer? Ooh. Next, they're gonna make a milk quartz sneeze. A scholar or a doctor? I can assign a scholar. It's like all the military that are good at thinking. Do you care about beard? Hello, Deep. What would a Shitty Ask Dwarf Fortress? Chat, ask a dumb question that sounds like it could be about Dwarf Fortress, but has nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress. Like, hold on. Let me go to Shitty Ask Science, and I'll show you what I mean. Shitty Ask Science. Okay, so let's just read a question from Shitty Ask Science. I'm having a hard time finding a good one that would translate. How many horsepower is this? The Shitty Ask Science. 3/4. So yes, that's that's Shitty Ask Science. If alcohol has electrolytes, is it just fun water, hydration with a kick? Let's see what else was posted by today. What caused the United States and Canada to drift away from Iceland and get so much larger since 1949? That's a scratcher. Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, that's that. Shitty Ask Science is a very good subreddit. This is the most off topic I've been in a minute. I'm giving a dwarf a scholar. Let's see. Did you say beard preference, or do I need to ask again? No beard is fine. Okay, so beard or no beard. I'll give you the best non-military scholarly dwarf that also doesn't already have a job. So that's my chief medical dwarf. You can get Aerith, who does actually have a beard. Oh. My sides. You're kind of pissy, though. You don't seem super thrilled about hauling corpses around, which is what you're currently doing. Nutty Wombat. You're a mathematician. Sorry, just why Canada over... Why Canada over Dur is just my favorite sentence I've seen in chat today. Alright, so... He has an incredibly calm demeanor. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat. And he takes no pleasure in his talents and accomplishments. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He's quick to anger. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He can handle stress and occasionally can overindulge. He's currently socializing and exhales sharply when he's exasperated and needs alcohol, yada yada, working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and he personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. And I've got crap on my glasses and can't really read very clearly. Oh, God. Sorry, the three-quarters horsepower is very funny. He thinks that the introspection is valueless, and that those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools, and sees power over others as something to strive for, and finds leisure time wasteful, and values cunning, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. He likes garnerite, tin, fire opal, and cacao wood, and cheetah leather, and alpaca wool, and breastplates, and backpacks, and figurines, and catapult parts, and chickens for their clucking, and giant ocelots for their coat patterns and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo and bat ray and custard apple cider and whipped vine seeds, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. His nose is mangled beyond recognition. I'm sorry. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven. His long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his close set round aquamarine eyes are protruding. His somewhat tall ears are somewhat narrow, and his hair is chocolate, and his skin is dark peach. He wants to be with family. But he does have a pet chicken and a pet cat. Or had a pet cat. The pet cat's dead. All right, we're going to queue up clothing, because these dwarfs really want clothing. I'm going to get rid of tetrahedrite, make charcoal. It's supposed to be 150. Get rid of that. But yeah, no, Shitty Ask Science is like a parody of Ask Science, which is like a legit, like, subreddit. And then Shitty Ask Science is just ask dumb questions and get dumber answers.
I'm a YouTube lad, but popping in to hit you with the Prime sub. Thanks for the videos.
Hi, YouTube. Thank you. Means a lot. Bottom down mind. Thanks for the second month of Prime. And enjoy the YouTube stuff. Apologies if the YouTube stuff has gotten a little sparse as of late. So normally I spend like 6 or 7 hours of editing a week, and I stream about 40 to 45 hours a week, right? So I usually do like 50 some odd hour weeks. But that interview that I put up with the developer of WarSim took me about 8 hours to make. And the interview with Putnam took me another 7 or 8. So it was like, I'm very not used to just putting that many hours into YouTube videos in a weekend. So I kind of like, I'm a bit beat. Stuff will pick back up in like a week or so with upload frequency. Ponce, thanks for the raid. I hope Twitch fixes the raids thing soon. As I know Ponce, he's a Vancouver local and friend of mine. He plays cool video games, a lot of multiplayer competitive stuff. So if you want to watch somebody be mad at video games quietly, I recommend watching Pawns. What Twitch is broken now? Raids don't show who's raiding. It thinks it's the donation feature for their charity feature that nobody uses. Yeah. So it doesn't actually say who's raiding now. Raids show up for you? Well, at least they work for you. Be happy. They don't work for me. It's been broken for like 5 days on my end. Let's just do 200. 200 of everything. But how was things today? You were playing Company of Heroes, yeah? I'm going to be checking out a different game a little bit later, though, Ponce, that you might actually be interested in. I don't know. Are you a tactics person? Because we're going to be checking out this in a little bit. Which, everybody and their mother appears to be getting paid to play right now, which I bought it. How's the multiplayer scene for that game? I'll be honest, I haven't followed it at all. Is it Phantom Brigade? What, the game that everybody seems to be getting paid to play right now? Which I just want to play. So shoutouts to chat, so I bought it. Seems neat. I played a demo of it at TwitchCon in 2019 and a demo of it at PAX in, like, way before that. So, I think the first time I played that game was, looks like cleaner Battletech, except it's got simultaneous turns. So mechanically quite different from Battletech. Also, I swear that I missed something in chat. Really interesting combat system. You don't think you've seen a game do it that way? I'm trying to think of, like, I think Frozen Synapse is probably the closest to something like that. But I like big robots, and I like time travel. So I'm like, I like two of these things. It's got mechs and it's got time travel. So I'm like kind of already in on the concept based on that. Also, it's made by a studio from my city, so I'm slightly more sold on it based on that too. It's like be made by Vancouver studio, also have mechs, also have time travel. All right, you kind of got me. So I'm just waiting for my manager to do the managing things. I feel like I should probably lower Zwari's workload. Should probably make somebody else do the management duties. Because poor Zwari probably just wants to take a break. I'm actually just going to remove all of his other tasks so we can just go chill. Okay, well, the video game Battletech is not simultaneous. I actually played the tabletop game for Battletech once. Because I went to MechCon in 2018. I actually got a press badge for it. It was kind of weird because it was happening here, which is Piranha Games' MechWarrior Online convention thing, which they did here, which was like a 2-day event. So I got a free ticket to just like show up and just be a nerd about big robots for a bit and then leave, which was, yeah, kind of fine. Then me and a friend went and got drunk afterwards. It was a good time. Ran into some really random people that I know through the industry at that event. Also some harebrained schemes people there. Speaking of, aren't they announcing a new game soon? And so is Colossal Order. Like the people who made City Skylines. And Cities in Motion and all that. It's kind of curious. A new game from Colossal Order is an interesting concept. You know, one of them, you know, for a lot of people, I think a very influential game for a lot of people was Doom. I think that's a fair thing to say. A lot of people, one of the most influential games of their childhood was Doom. For me, it was probably MechWarrior 2. I played so many hours of MechWarrior 2 when I was a wee lad. It was like that and Roller Coaster Tycoon and Age of Empires. Were like the three games that formed my childhood. Like I wasn't a console kid, I was a PC kid. It was like MechWarrior 2, Roller Coaster Tycoon, actually also SimCity 3000. But MechWarrior 2, SimCity 3000, and Roller Coaster Tycoon are like the most formative games of my childhood. And Age of Empires 1. And then later we got Civ 2. But MechWarrior. I even played a good amount of MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, but I never actually bought it though. I actually played it on Game Pass. It was like one of the few games I played a bunch on Game Pass. Uh-oh, got a bunch of random animal meats in there rotting. When you could just install the game and play. I would argue you can still do that now. I'm more of a BattleTech than a MechWarrior person. I didn't have access to any battle. Well, actually, I did. I have this vague memory of playing that RTS with pause. It was like a real-time strategy game with pause, like a very tactical RTS with pause. I can't remember the name of it though. Mech Commander, maybe? Anyway, I have this memory of playing that. Yeah, From Software is making an Armored Core. Which, I've never played an Armored Core game, but I'm really curious to see how that game does. Prepare for there to be clothing everywhere, because everybody's going to go get new clothing from here. A big box copy of the second one. Oh, really? I still have my discs for the first two somewhere. And like the jewel cases that came with them. I'm not much of a box collector, though. Although I will say that, I don't know if there's anybody in the chat from that era, really, but this stream is largely the reason Open Roller Coaster Tycoon got as much development as it did as quickly as it did. Like, my chat for a good long while there and most of my mods were either A, active testers of the nightly builds, or B, actively modding it. And we were able to, like, rope people together to make functional multiplayer and a bunch of other shit. It's good times. Yeah, no, it's a certain kind of person thing. You're a bit drunk? Drink water. That's my recommendation. Drink water. And I just get rid of all this meats. B. Yeah, I agree. How's the Operation Lava Pump going? Well, currently we're on Operation Give All the Dwarves New Clothing. But I mean, it's going. We're getting there slowly. I was making more Gabbro blocks for them. But currently we're at 1,520 power, which is not too bad. We're gonna have to go all the way up and down the sides and seal her all off and do a bunch of other things, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Oh, gotta read the last Discord word story. Give me a sec. Oh, shit. Actually, before I do that, we got a Bay 12 Games report. No official post on Bay 12, but mission status. You might imagine the many different directions a burrowing animal might be pulled in when it raises its head above the ground. Have no fear. Fear does you no good, unless there is immediate danger. But have no fear, particularly, that we aren't on track to bring you updates and new content. That we aren't on track. Okay, so... 3-Toe, your writing confuses me. We are currently planning to bring you something this month. Well, there you go. You can now, I can now say that they're doing something this month. A month that proves to just be as crazy as the last. Thanks again for your support. As winners of the DICE Award, we are grateful for the recognition. It's been an experience for sure. And then Tarn says, we did the numbers this month, and it'd be like $12,000 since January. Steam money didn't come in under. After February had passed, it was 1.1 million, and then it would have been weird to see listed in the normal way. So we're experimenting with being a little bit more informal about it. It was a great month, though. Sales fade rapidly, but the amount happening in the background is way more than we used to. Received. It looks like there is more than enough to continue covering all of the new people and stuff that we're adding to the project now. New people and stuff? I'm assuming it just means Putnam. I'm more overwhelmed than I've ever been. On the other hand, it's going to be a struggle to get a patch up before we head off on another set of business trips. They're going to PAX East at the end of the month. On another set of business trips. My focus now is to try and keep April as open as possible so that we can finally return to some kind of normalcy. But this month is going to be pretty thin, me-wise, I'm afraid. And this doesn't mean that things aren't happening. Artists have produced dwarven children and saplings and baby animals and new boulders, and Putnam has done great work on ports and optimization. I just need to be there to put it all together into an actual patch. Okay. I think Tarn, it's just kind of the way Tarn talks. I'm assuming he just means, like, you know, the artists that they brought on for this version, as well as, you know, Putnam. I'm assuming that's all he's talking about, but what do I know, really? Anyway, I need to go read the word stories now. Llamas with pointy Futuramas is not banned because cats. Urist isn't in LinkedIn. Unprofessional. Therefore, Kia's peas fleas by... If someone doesn't say my knees, I will be upset. We're all caught up. You guys could have been typing, but instead you chose to listen to me read. Their channel points are still here? Did pay for something? I wouldn't question it too much. I mean, how often does Twitch actually properly function? Let's do green glass grates. And collect 10 sand. Oh, probably, yeah, just another. Definitely a feature from Twitch. It's Twitch showing off all of its features. Intentional and otherwise. I don't think I'm going to finish this pump stack today. It just takes so long to build these stupid things. When a vampire in your fort who's been killing dwarves left and right got a righteous judgment of a giant monarch butterfly. Oh, really? I once had a vampire mayor who I was kind of like using the headcanon of like, oh, he's skirting the law and all that. And then I sent him off to go attack something with one of my squads. And right as he came back, a Forgotten Beast spawned and he just like booked it in and attacked the Forgotten Beast immediately and like died to the Forgotten Beast, but also killed it in the process. It's pretty epic. Definitely a good tale to remember, that one. I think the Bronze Hero of Hearts is actually the lore video I made out of it. I think that was it. Because I used to make Dwarf Fortress lore videos way back when. The day in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, there's a lot of features that would be cool, but I wonder if they are even possible in the engine. But I know DF Hack had something like that, so there's got to be a way somehow. I mean, they should technically convict him. That was a copper pipe section. They should technically convict him. So I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm assuming you had like the justice system fully set up and prison cells set up and everything, right? You need a captain of the guard. Dungeon Master is like the captain of the guard's assistant. The captain of the guard is the one who arrests people. Otherwise, like, you can't arrest anybody, and no crimes will be dealt with without the captain of the guard. The Dungeon Master just, like, oversees people and takes them to the dungeon when told to by the captain of the guard. You don't need both, but you need the captain of the guard. The Dungeon Master, if you have a Captain of the Guard assigned and a Dungeon Master assigned, the Dungeon Master chains up and unchains people. Or beats people sometimes. But then once you get a Hammerer as well, the Dungeon Master chains people up, the Hammerer beats people, and then the Captain of the Guard just interrogates and listens to complaints from citizens about who needs to go to prison. Basically, it's like Captain of the Guard gives the orders, the Hammerer carries out beatings, and the Dungeon Master takes people to cells. But it's very rare that you'll actually need all of them. Usually the Captain of the Guard just kind of does everything. Because the Captain of the Guard will just do all of the jobs unless you assign somebody else to assist. We're going to make more glass tubes. And green glass corkscrews. And I can just increase that sand job to 30. Yes, the sheriff becomes the captain of the guard later. Around here is kind of where I would like it to be. So basically like right here, or maybe even like down here is where I could put the, that might actually be a cool spot. Because I want like a underground like lava forge down here, so I can deconstruct that upper one and maybe make it into just like some sort of area. So this could actually be the underground forge down here. What do you guys think? You guys think this is a good spot for the underground forge to continue like making this area look like just a mess of rooms? I think it'll look quite nice, actually. Yeah, I think that'll look okay. And the entryway can be right here. So we'll move the forges, or well, you could even just forbid these forges up here and leave them up here. Has a bunch of accomplishments, is also super mad all the time. She has 2 potato plants inside of it. Yep, sounds like she picked raw potato plants for her snacks. She might just like eating them raw, or maybe you don't have good accessibility for potato plants and should probably work on that. Would be my advice. Anything beneath this? No. Okay, I'm actually going to make this 2 levels deep. Why? So that I can make it into a big old reservoir for other things. And also because having a deeper lava reservoir is kind of cool. Watch me hit Aquifer, though, and cry. Then we'll just have obsidian at the bottom of it. That seems fine. Yeah, because they're eating raw plump helmets. All that clanging? I don't think they actually care, do they? And if they do, it's really close proximity. Am I going crazy, or did the music just stop? It was odd. In a very weird situation where a legendary planter just suddenly declared himself king, and all agreed. Sounds like somebody was like tangentially related to royalty, and then that royalty that they were somewhat related to died. It's like, your 43rd uncle twice removed just died of old age. Turns out he was a monarch. So Eurist, you are a king now. What do we do? Sounds like hell, actually. Like, could you imagine just like the mayor of your town dies of a heart attack and they're like, by the way, you've never met this guy, but you're the mayor now. I am like borderline convinced that all of that is just a myth. Like the distance bothering sleep, but I could also be completely wrong. You've seen The Princess Diaries? Thank you very much for reminding me about a film franchise I'd completely forgot existed. My little sister used to be obsessed with that shit. Now I'm just remembering that as like, ah, yes, the other movie with Mary Poppins in it. Right. Jesus. That's back in my brain now. Thank you. It's like the real life happy ending version of I'm a random prince from a country that's bankrupt. Please give me $1,000 so I can go home. At least with becoming a monarch, you get benefits. Debatable. I mean, I guess if the player is nice to you, you get a bigger bedroom. Otherwise, you just get crushed under a drawbridge. I think it depends on who your fortress overseer is. Oh, no. Oh, never mind. We're fine. I thought I hit the aquifer. I actually just went underneath my own little diggy puddle. It's not actually an aquifer. It's totally fine. No need to panic. Or perhaps sent to conquer somebody else without armor. Yeah, it all depends on what your personal preferences are for hobbies. Like, if you're demanding completely impossible to construct beds, then yeah, maybe. But like, you know, if you're like my current Baron who's just like, do not export tables. It's like, you got it, boss. Definitely will not export tables. Doesn't matter how badly that's going to cripple my economy. I assure you, I will not export tables. And maybe, you know what, I would just say that guy's intelligent because I haven't exported tables yet. I may have to make more of those pipes. Where he was talking about having to be careful about his drawbridges or the dangers of them. Proceed question. I definitely had a moment like that once where I was complaining about like, yeah, you gotta be careful about drawbridges. It's just like, bang, smashed one of my very important military dwarves. Don't worry, I haven't exported a single one of those. Also, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Table in tomb. My Baron wants a table in my inner tomb, or in his tomb. But like, doesn't specify material. I've never seen that before. Also, amulets. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, he just wants a table in his tomb. Like, that's it. Just, what a reasonable Baron. I like this Baron. I could get used to this Baron. You just want a table? All right, you got it, boss. There you go. Have, I don't know, chat, what material should the table be? I'm thinking like marble, maybe, because we only have one. So it's like a rare drop. Or that sandstone one. It's got some sort of art on it. Poopstone? You want me to give him, what, conglomerate? I think it's poopstone. Either that or shale. Chat wants marble? Okay, we'll give you the marble one. And, not happy yet. Time. How you been, though, Userun? What's up, man? Well, that's good to know that that they're gonna try and get some sort of patch out this month. Not being too demanding, even if he has a table kink. I once had a Baron that kept on insisting I make traction benches, and that was one of the worst ones. Because it's like, not only did I have to make, like, tables to make traction benches, I also had to, make tables and chains just, like, constantly on repeat. That was pretty bad. I was like, chains or ropes and tables just constantly. At least I'm starting to see high quality recent clothing again. But I don't know. I'm pretty excited about whatever Putnam's been working on with the chat that we had the other day. So even if it's just like, hey, yo, like game performance got a lot better again, I'll be more than happy with that for an update. I know some people will just be continuously mad, but it's not going to like drastically increase sales or anything, but puzzle boxes? Puzzle boxes are easy though. Puzzle boxes are literally just toys for your kids. I would love to have a noble that just demands puzzle boxes. This is going to be laggy to dig out. My experience, channeling is like one of the most laggy things you can do. Demanded anvil? Okay, anvils is pretty rough. Unless you happen to have the materials to make anvils. Well, I mean, that's fine. Don't sell battle axes. On it, boss! Can you even make dice in Fortress mode? You can? No, you can't. Oh, wow, you can. Today I learned. Well, I mean, they do plenty in adventure mode. Feck. Well, we're gonna get a really cool bottom half of the thing, because apparently we are in fact digging into an aquifer. So I guess what I'll do around the bottom is I will channel around it and I will build floors. We'll just let them dig into the whole thing. I don't know, some people already have some pretty expensive like doohickeys for their D&Ds. Like, I know people who spend tens of thousands of dollars on stuff for D&D, so like it's definitely big business. I think I'm going to need to make more of these. Because I need, what, one... well, I mean, I got 4. And the 4 that I need, and then we'll do more. That's, like, nothing. The most expensive dice I've seen, admittedly, this was probably with a PAX markup, was a set of, like, they were called Galaxy dice. They looked like they had stars inside of them. They were basically marbles made of glass. They were like, I think it was like $220 a set. But cast brass is pretty cool. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Every now and again, someone in chat will be like, I don't know, roll a dice. And I'll be like, genuine statement, I don't own a set of dice. Okay, so what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think everything else is just done. Just checking every... Oop. There's one. There were some that you saw that were physical dice that you could connect via Bluetooth to a computer so you could roll them in meat space and they would roll on your digital board. That is the most I came up with this and backed it on Kickstarter in 2020 thing I've heard in a minute. But yeah, that sounds like a massive cash grab. Right at the start of the pandemic. Yeah, that's pretty heavy pandemic vibes, that. But Rolf, you have a good night. Meat Space is very different from Meat Spin, yes. Although Meat Spin does feature a pretty catchy tune. Gotta give it that much credit. Slaps many things, yes. Just laughs at his own joke. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just waiting for them to finish filling this in. Although something I could do. So chat, how many dwarves do you guys think are going to get stuck in this? All of them? Wow. You're optimistic. Wow. It's quite a bit of water. I'm giving them an emergency get out stairs. You never make mistakes? Me make mistakes? Pfft, boy. But having so much faith in me. So yeah, we're going to have to go around the edge of all of this and wall it in. The dwarves will find a way to make mistakes for you. It's a pretty, like, logical statement. Although now I've got an even better idea of how to do this. It's just the lower layer. Yeah, it's just the lower layer. I'm just gonna go around the bottom of this lower layer and fill it in with one tile all the way around. We could get like a multi-layered thing. And then the corner over here is where I'm gonna pump it out of, right there, to go up to the surface up here. And I don't, yeah, that should be right on the edge of the ocean, so we can just go, and then when things fight with us, well, maybe I should actually pump it up to up here. Yeah, I don't know. The priority number 1 is to just cover the surface with lava. This is probably going to be stuff we'll be doing tomorrow. Why am I melting the ocean? Because there's a frozen ocean there. Duh. This is Dwarf Fortress. Why? If you're given a permafrosted ocean, do you not want to know what would show up in there? It's an untamed wilds ocean that is under permafrost. I want to know what's going to show up underwater when I melt that ocean. That's all I gotta say. I gotta go use the toilet. I'm just gonna run this ad early while the game's saving. I'll be right back. Well, there's no krakens, but there is sea monsters, which is definitely not a kraken. Midlife crisis is usually a good response. Also, I like how you went to I Want to Know, but with Gene Simmons' voice, and my brain just went straight to I Want to Know, can you show me? That's where my brain went, so. Same outcome, different song, different artist. Tarzan soundtrack is definitely like top 10 favorite soundtracks all time for me. Your uncle force-fed you Kiss as a young child? I'm really glad that I know that Kiss is a band. There's I found a while ago, don't ask me why. A while ago, I found a recording of Gene Simmons, but minus the rest of Kiss. So it's just his vocal track for the entirety of a concert. And there's something special about hearing a grown-ass man say, "Hey, you in the back! Are you drinking Bud Light? 'Cause we love Bud Light here!" To the point where, like, I wanted to sample it for sound commands on this stream, but I feel like people might just hate me more than they already do. It's so fucking bad. There's, like, whole YouTube videos of just his vocal tracks, and it's like, are you all getting drunk? Are you smoking weed? It's like, fucking shut up, man. What is wrong with you, you fucking garbage person? Go name another condom brand after you and stop writing music. Yeah, literally. How many people here like the taste of alcohol? It's just... I don't understand that band. It's like when you've sold out so hard you've forgotten how to human. But like he's still doing the same shit though. Like now. Like these are not old recordings. These are recent recordings. That's why I hate it. I don't think 70s is a lifestyle. But, sure. Now it's just dementia? Are you sure he's not a vampire? No, but there is one wealthy dude who I am convinced is a vampire. Where is it? Yes, this guy. Hold on. Just trying to find a website that doesn't immediately look like utter bullshit. Here's a website that isn't completely utter bullshit. You want to fall down a rabbit hole? There you go. Have fun. I think that guy might be a vampire. I swear I just heard my phone go off, but it certainly did not. You're an old hippie, sure it's a lifestyle? Yep. The most horrifying thing about that entire article that I just linked about that guy, number one, he spends like, it's multiple millions, it's more like $8 million a year to like de-age himself to the age of 18 from the age of 40. The actual horrifying thing is it's all publicly documented. Hold on, I need to unpack this. Giant wild puffin corpse has reverted to a wild state. Why am I taming a giant wild puffin corpse in the first place? Anyway, the actual horrifying thing about that about that whole thing is that towards the end of it, they ask, they're like, so where are you getting your skin grafts from? And like fat grafts, because like one of the things he's doing is he's getting like fat injected into his face. The horrifying thing is, it's coming from a donor? So somewhere there is an 18-year-old that he's paying that is giving him fat grafts because he doesn't actually have enough body fat to use his own. Billions of dollars, folks. They say that wealth has diminishing returns. Doesn't sound like the worst thing. It's not about it being bad. It's about it being weird and laughing at the rich guy. Boreas has the right response there. And then you can like find like the Be Young Olympics thing where he's just like the de-aging Olympics, which is apparently a sport that this guy's come up with, where he talks about, or where supposedly he wants other people to compete with him to de-age themselves. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, actually, that's the right takeaway here. That's the right takeaway. I mean, at the very least, this guy's employing a lot of doctors. But also that means those are doctors that are not in the actual medical system and just living in his house and, like, taking, like, constant blood samples and, like, giving his dick electromagnetic shocks. I'm not joking. That's actually something he's doing. I spent, like, an hour and a half one day just, like, skimming through his YouTube videos and, like, reading about shit that this dude does to his body every single day. He's either a supervillain or some sort of vampire. And I can't wait to watch the science fiction adaptation of his real-life story. Because it doesn't seem real. Who is this? Here, I'll relink the article. I like how it was just like electromagnetic shocks on his dick, and then Chad's just like, who is this? I mean, I'm one of them in that by that definition. Idiots everywhere on YouTube. True. I mean, if we're talking about financial system vampires, then yeah. But all I have to say about that guy is he's probably just really fucking lonely. Like, it's probably actually just a really sad story. Which, I'd be lying if I said I felt that. Imagine being so concerned with your own mortality that you're gonna spend your entire life basically being a lab rat. For your own hope of potentially living forever, maybe. But like the actual reality is, I'm gonna go eat brownies and actually enjoy my life. Whereas he might live an extra 15, 20 years in a cave where you can't see the sun. Like seriously, it's a rabbit hole and a half. Yep, all alone in his mansion with a bunch of doctors poking him with needles. And there's something kind of poetic about it, Chow. What the blind is that tomfoolery? Did you just get back or something, quote? What if he's actually a giant experiment? Yeah, what if he's been conned by the doctors all along? That's a comic book storyline right there. Well, actually, I do think the doctors are conning him, but not in that way. Or don't, and then we'll just laugh when he falls apart. He's the first real necromancer experiment. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a serial killer or two who tried to reanimate the dead who would like to know your address. to like get the actual first on that one, but who tried to transplant a whole ass dog head? What? That's, Must really like that dog, hey? Leebot69, what kind of dwarf would you like? Today's gotten very far off topic. Any kind? Beard or no beard? Or no preference? Buffy the Vampire Slayer died of old age. You just got here and you're so confused. This is the article that I've been blabbing about, but the actual reality is Puffy the Vampire Slayer has died of old age, chat. Rest in peace. Puffy the Vampire Slayer. You were a good puff and we weren't ever able to find you a mate. And Big Tux experienced trauma. And one of my stone workers is throwing a tantrum, apparently. We don't know. We got Puffy at like age 13 or something. But beard dwarf. So I'll give you the happiest dwarf with a beard then. Who's not currently named. Who is Codell the farmer, who's currently pushing a track vehicle, or heading to. Leebot69 often feels filled with joy, never feels tempted to overindulge in anything, always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and is prone to strong feelings of is prone to strong hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is very slow to anger, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is troubled by this as because he truly respects sacrifice. He isn't given to flights of fancy and has a calm demeanor. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He is quite polite, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he acts with compassion. Runs his fingers through his hair when he's annoyed. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally sees the idea of war as utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes that little is better in life than a good party and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and does not care about fairness and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes diorite, brass, and topaz, and greaves and backpacks and thrones and cavies for their three toes, in the words of the berries of serenity, and the site of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume alfalfa and spelt beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And he has a thin body which has very little fat. You're rich, Zwari? Oh, not really. You just think you are. He has a thin body with very little fat, and he has a very long beard that is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided, and his nose is hooked, and his slightly rounded bronze eyes are protruding. His ears are extremely tall, and his head is broad, and his eyebrows are extremely long. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his neck bears a short, curving scar, and his eyelashes are short, and his hair is dark tan with flecks of gray. It's a dwarf. Of course he's covered in hair. That's a very common birth trait in this faction. All of their ears are very tall. It's got nothing to do with being an elf. You're just being racist. Dwarves tend to share the visual traits of their parents, and if their parents all have, if the previous generations all had tall ears, why would you insult my entire faction by saying that they look like elves? That's extraordinarily rude of you. Pretty sure that they look like members of the Accidental Ceiling, a glorious dwarven civilization with thousands of members. And you're here calling us an elf. Because they're at war with us, that's why. Although the nearest elven civ that we're actually at war with is pretty fucking far away, so. It's the Dwarfer who has the tallest ears. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. I don't agree with it, though. Gonna need to wait for all this water to dry up. But I think it'll end up looking pretty cool. What's this room for? Hot water or spicy rocks. Spicy water? Yes. Spicy water. Oh no. Oh, somebody tantrumed and like knocked over the topmost pumps in the pump stack, but not the whole stack. Oh, I would have been so upset if it knocked over the whole stack. Nope, wrong one. All needs to be lava safe. Although supposedly the blocks don't need to be, but old habits. Just kind of waiting for the stuff to dry up down here. No, they can't. They just exist. Mules are one of those mysteries of dwarven culture. It's like, mules can't be born, so how do they exist? Trading? Got a ghostly dwarven child haunting the fortress. That's kind of dark. Also, I've got a child in a strange mood, apparently, which I completely missed. Needs skeletons. Furry and stacked cloth. Let's just queue up an animal to be butchered. This is a chicken and the egg question that I have no answer to, Oldsmar. Like, genuinely. I think, like, the fan answer is Armok creates the first anvil, but... The theory of the anvil's origin. Oh boy, here we go. Even the dwarven, by the dwarven philosopher Eurist McTaggart. Ah, yes, the great dwarven philosopher Eurist McTaggart. Naturally. Yes, you can. I had an artifact adamantine anvil once. It's pretty. One of my favorite artifacts I ever got. No, dagger is Eurist. Taggart doesn't mean anything. Dagger is Eurist. Did it do anything? It was an artifact adamantine anvil. It worked like an anvil, and dwarves were really happy when they used it. I put it into one of my magma forges. It's like, do you want to see a happy dwarf? Watch a dwarf that's like using an adamantine anvil. Yes, Eurist is dagger, not taggart. It's literally like small knife dagger. I'm telling you that you're not right there. So it would be Eurist McDagger, not Eurist McTagger. Taggart sounds like the Jupiter Hero guy. Mark Taggart. With Eurist being an English word, well, I get the joke that you're trying to make. I'm just having like a big brain nerd moment. Don't mind me. Just because I happen to know what, like, you know, what a dwarven word means in a video game that doesn't matter. Don't mind me. This is the most well actually I've been in a long time. I need somebody to get you skeletons. There you go. I'd have to look it up. I don't know. Why, do you want to hit me with one or something? Because frankly, after what I just put you through, I would want to hit me with one. I'm gonna fix my glasses and be like, what? Actually. This is a fun mood because this kid's gonna be a legendary clother before they grow up. I'm too zoomed in, I can't see where I'm at there. So does that mean that Finnish are a bunch of strangers? watching my Finnish teammate playing Warhammer Total War, and just like crying, laughing, and then being like, "Yo, what are you okay? What happened?" And him saying that one of the like Nurgle dudes apparently has his name was literally just a Finnish word that means being really drunk and sitting on the floor with no pants on. He's just like, I love niche jokes that nobody but me will get. Which also, I looked it up. Apparently we have an English equivalent for that word. But we don't have, like, a specific word for it. We just have a term for it, which is pants drunk, apparently. Thanks, Webster's Dictionary. That's what anime taught you? See, I don't watch anime, so maybe. I honestly couldn't remember what the word was. You're trying to get what the word was. I think it started with a K. That looks like the right number of vowels to be Finnish, so I'd be inclined to believe it. You'd have to ask Bellinair, though. Well, I don't think he's live right now. He's not normally live this late. Nope. He is not live right now, in fact. Although apparently he was playing Wild Hearts. I wonder if it ran on his computer. But yeah, I'll be completely honest. I just tuned into him laughing hysterically, so... $1940 is the amount of power this thing needs. Good lord, that is a lot of power. I'm gonna need like 20 water wheels to power this thing. What's up, Jerry Gordon? Foul G, thank you very much for the first resub in 1 hour. And for the 3 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I did. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pumps left. I did say I would play Phantom Brigade tonight. You know what? Damn it. I'm going to play Phantom Brigade tonight. What the pump is that? This is a lava pump that's going to go into here. And in the meantime, you guys have gotten streamer who's beautifully distracted about, like, random millionaire who's trying to make his body into that of an 18-year-old. To which we all agreed that we need to tax the rich. What else? We've talked about music. We've talked about vampires. Yeah. We've talked about Deep Rock Galactic making a Vampire Survivors clone for some reason. And how they're either called piss games or ass games, depending on who you ask. I'm using Twitch pop-out chat right now. I use Twitch pop-out chat for all of my chat. Wait, hold on a second. They have Twitch pop-out chat for phones? Okay, I didn't even know that. We've talked about advertising. We've talked about YubTub, aka YouTube. We talked about how I had to disable the ability for people to gift me subs to channels that I don't follow so that I would stop getting gifted subs to Amaranth. Yeah, we've been all over the place with topics today. Lots of very educational discussion. During TwitchCon? Unlikely, because I'll probably be in the city a whole bunch. I would like to. I mean, I know some of my teammates want to go to the Grand Canyon and go do something there, but I don't know if any of them are really the hiking type. Like, I don't know. The people who I hang out with at cons are not really big hikers, so unlikely. Why though? What, just for no reason? Well, when I was at peak success during December, I was getting about 12 to 20-ish offline subscriptions, and I wasn't particularly big. I know that she, I know the last time I watched one of Amaranth's streams was because like all the drama shit that was happening, and she was talking about like her ex-husband or some bullshit, and I was just like kind of fascinated with what was going on, so I was paying half attention to it. And she had a sub goal for 500, and she cleared that in like 30 minutes. So also, hello, Sirius 7. What's up? Well, last time I went to Vegas, I went to Valley of Fire, which was lovely. But I wouldn't really call that a hike. More like a walk in a park. No, I will probably just be doing TwitchCon shit the whole time I'm there. Am I worried about drinks? Now I am. I hadn't noticed that it was at 0. Why is it at 0? I guess that job I made for like several thousand of them finally ran out. Are you worried about drinks? No, but I am now. I don't even know how long it's been since I've had drinks. Rotten Jabber is fighting with a bunch of flesh balls. Yes. Of course. What would I consider a hike? It stops being a walk in the park at about 8 kilometers. So what, like 5 miles? But it also depends on like what I'm hiking on, what kind of terrain. I think that looks pretty nice for a lava reservoir. We just need that water to dry up now. And we could just dump lava in it and it'll just be fine. There's a mutilated polar bear corpse fighting with something. Oh, it's fighting with one of my dwarves. Well, it's dead now. Well, I guess that's fine. I don't know who let it out, or why it got let out, or how it got in here in the first place, even. But I'm sure that's fine. Really happy with this automated garbage disposal system, by the way, where they just put all the trash in the minecart and then just chuck it down the thing after a bit. Really quite happy with it. It's very effective. Remember when you were a kid, your parents wouldn't go to grandma's one weekend because they were busy, so you cycled to grandma's place? Wait, why would they be pissed? 24 kilometers? That's not that bad. I'd say that's called showing ingenuity as a kid. Like, they should be proud of you. Unless it's, like, in a dangerous part of town, and even then. 24 that's, like, on a bicycle? That's nothing, dude. I used to run that, like, twice a week. When I was, like, at peak fitness. It's been a while since I've been at peak fitness, though. All right. Well, I think we will finish this and turn this on tomorrow. Until then, I think it's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube, and time for me to go play the cool mech time travel game. What do you think? My longest hike took 6 days. That's a trip. That's not a hike. That's a backpacking trip. Yeah, the longest hike I've ever been on was 4 days. It was 4 days of pack, hike, setup, pack, hike, setup, pack, hike, setup, pack, hike.